let's go ahead and get started with this, so that it doesn't turn into 5 hours. It probably will.
Don't worry.
Yeah, we're not. I'm gonna be concise. I'm gonna limit my mouth. So I'm gonna try. Oh Lord, I'm gonna try.
Please look down at the timer on the video you're watching for whether or not that's foreshadowing.
God damn it. You know it is.
Do not pay attention to that.
Hi everybody. Welcome to a discussion video for Higurashi Arc 3, aka the Tatarigoroshi.
Yeah, you got it.
Hooray! I did it. AKA the curse killing Kark. Oh, how do I fuck up the
curse
How do I
killing
fuck up Arc? The curse killing Kark.
My microphone doesn't pick up the laughter, but I just laughed like a hyena.
Shit. AKA the curse killing Arc, AKA Satoko's question arc. And with me today is 2578916.
I wasn't sure if that was you trailing off because you wanted to come up with a shorter thing. I am better known as Numbers in most places because I think that's funny. I also thought it was really funny when people called me 25 in the last one. I like that one.
Okay, let's do 25. Welcome, 25. We've got ourselves Gail J.
Hello, I am a psychopath for this series.
And after this arc, that tracks. We've got our indestructible cat.
Hey, murder is great.
Oh, I love murder. Murder is so fun and good and morally just. Lara, hi.
Hey, what's up? If you hurt Satoko, I will murder you with a bat, a metal bat. You will die.
You speak for all of us, Lara, hi. Meowtroid.
Hey, what's up? I haven't turned to serial murder yet, but I see the appeal.
But I see the appeal. We've got ourselves a Talsrail.
Hello. Not quite so happy with murder, but you know, I get it.
And Jan. How you doing, Jan?
I'm all right. Feeling good now that I'm here with you guys.
Hell yeah. And this is a feel-good stream. I'm kidding. We've got a we need to preface this with first off, we're going to kind of drop the spoiler stuff. We're just getting right into it, folks. I could understand doing one of the first two videos, but at this point, we're really deep in it, and this is when really crazy shit starts happening. We're just going to hit the ground running with spoilers. So that is your warning. Full spoilers for just Arc 3. We are not continuing past Arc 3. Okay? And with that, let's go ahead and real quick...
No. Content warning.
Content warnings. Let's go ahead real quick with some content warnings. If I miss any, let me know. But just to name a few, murder, blood, a lot of graphic depictions of blood, really visceral depictions of the how would you describe this? The after effects of abuse, of physical abuse, child physical abuse.
I would say that like a very accurate and very visceral depiction of post-traumatic stress disorder.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, 100%. What else we got? We
implied child sexual assault.
Yes, there was that. We do need to. Unfortunately, we do need to talk about that. I thought maybe we wouldn't have to, but with where things go, we definitely need to touch on that. Also, suicide. There is a prominent character who, there is some suicide in this. Child murder. There is a child in this one who murder for everybody at a certain point is just a lot of murder. But if you're particularly affected by children, harm befalling children, you might want to piece out of this one. And unless anyone can, drug overdose. Anyone have any others that they can do?
I'm sorry. You can go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna mention mass death, like mass.
Yes.
Mass death. Mass death. Like 1,000 people die.
We're laughing, but it's fucked up.
Yes, and I would also mention dissociation and like
Mm.
very explicit, like dissociation, depersonalization,
Yes.
which can be very intense for people at times in this.
It is intense. I'm not like particularly sensitive to it, but in this, it's actually really well done in a way where I can definitely see how that may affect people adversely. Like, holy shit. It almost got me to like disassociate in a weird way. I don't, it's strange, but anyway, anyone have anything else? Okay. And with
I think, well, there's
Oh.
there's also like a slight depiction of like mental institution.
Yeah, I
Just
guess
at the very
with
Near the end, yeah.
Yeah,
just at the
kind
very
of.
end.
oh right, yes. Also, abuse by cops. If you're
Oh,
Yeah, police
yeah.
violence for sure.
Oh yeah.
yeah, police violence, definitely, absolutely. Really, just bad shit.
This one's got everything.
It really does.
It's really a lot.
Like
It-
Ryukishi is like super progressive, frankly, in so much of his work, and it's shocking to see that depicted in like what seems like anime pop culture.
Yeah, it's like this is like I guess this is kind of an overarching feeling for the series as I'm feeling it right now. Just kind of a general statement. This feels like it was written. This feels modern in a lot of ways. In some ways, no. And so we'll get to those. But the overarching, like once you get past the bullshit, the anime kind of bullshit, from the initial like maybe few chapters, it really kind of just, I can't even describe. It's holistic in a way that I don't think I've ever experienced a story like this that is so well considered from every aspect and so like sympathetic and understanding and empathetic from so many different points of view, and really gets into the specifics of like child protective services and the government and police and fucking gangs, and like all of these things are coming together in a way that I like it sometimes I'm reading this and I'm like, holy shit, this came out fucking 20 years ago. How have I never heard of this? And I think it's purely because of it being a visual novel, it being a sound novel. I keep saying visual novel because that's the general vibe, but it is technically.
Also, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to bring it. I brought it up last time in that this series, I guess because of the anime, it's just known for its gore when it barely has any, like in the visual novel.
There's
And-
descriptions of gore sometimes, and those can be pretty heavy.
This
The
arc.
beginning of the chapter.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. I totally forgot about that.
It's horrifying. I love it.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
my God. Yeah. That was when I first started, this really felt like that was when, okay. So to talk about it, we're going to kind of shift into a summary, just a real quick summary of what happened at the beginning, but then I want to go through everybody and, sorry, excuse me. Hi, Blorbop. Thank you for the follow. We're going to kind of go through everybody and see where they are and like who's finished, who's new, who's reading along with me, who's maybe a little bit further. But definitely that initial scene, holy shit. Like there are scenes that happen later. Like one of the craziest descriptions of violence or murder by bat that I've ever read. Like having a person's head smashed in by a metal bat, where it's described as the bat taking a bite out of their head, is fucking, that is, wow. That's holy fucking shit. But yeah, and we got to talk about that when I love when Keiichi was like, yeah, I think he's dead, and then doctor, I forget his name, coach, I keep wanting to say
Kyrie.
Kyrie.
Yeah. He was like, wait, are you sure he was dead? Describe what happened to him. And he's like, yeah, my bat sunk into him and he death rattled. And coach is like, yeah, he's dead. Yep. That absolutely
That
dead.
Child experiencing and describing that is terrifying.
It's like all you can do. It honestly, this feels like I felt so many times like I was watching one of my favorite horror movies, Hereditary. There's a thing that happens in Hereditary where the kind of insane sort of depictions of what's happening, especially like the very end, really kind of elicits. I was watching it in a theater with a bunch of people, and everybody just started laughing at a certain point, because what else can you do? Like, it's so visceral, and it's so like crawls into you, and it just kind of fucks with you from just like it's all you can do for certain horror movies is just giggle and laugh, because it's just like, what the fuck am I? What is this? It really kind of gets to you. But anyway, so yeah, the beginning of this chapter starts with basically a landlord and a woman finding something stuck in a drainage pipe, and it's a trash bag. And so it's funny because
Oh, I forgot about this. Yeah.
It's also depicted in the anime too. So what was that?
I said I don't remember this bit very well.
So it's basically the landlord is kind of just like ho ho ho, kind of like he kind of sounded like Santa Claus at a certain point, where he was just like, I'm having a good old time. I'm a landlord. I don't have a care in the world. And the lady's like, don't poke that trash bag. I want you to get rid of the trash bag, but don't poke it. It might blow up and explode everywhere, and it smells really bad. And immediately I'm like, oh my God, this is a fucking corpse, isn't it? And lo and behold, he fucking pokes it. The bag rips open, and it's the body of a young woman. And the maggots are described.
Oh, yep. I remember this now.
I feel like I was like forcing myself just to not visualize it, because I don't remember it very well, and it's probably for the best, because I think that was my brain's self-defense mechanism against.
I thought it was neat.
Yeah, it's a really fascinating follow-up to Watanagashi, where like she's where Mion was like threatening to pound the nails into Keiichi's hand,
yes.
And then her hands are described like that, and it's such a genius way to start this, to immediately evoke that horror that you felt at the end of the previous episode.
Yeah, really, Rikishi does a fantastic job with ramping everything up. And going from arc 1 to arc 2 is some like real shit, and going from arc 2 to arc 3 is like, fuck, what happened? Everybody's dead. Everyone. What the fuck? And yeah, it's just going, especially with like ramping up the action in this chapter alone. Because, you read the first arc and it's like, okay,
holy hell,
it's a lot of slice of life stuff, and it's like, okay, I get it. Is this whole thing gonna be like this? It's not, man. It's like fucking crazy. And arc 2 kind of really did a good job with like being like Ryukishi being like, hey, I know this is taking a long time, but it's worth it. It's worth it. That's the thing.
I really feel like that's why it pays off so well, because there's so much build up to begin with. It's slow, but it really pays off.
It really does.
He adores these characters too. You can tell.
Yeah, what you were saying earlier about getting a whole holistic view of everything, I feel like if you didn't have something with this being this long, you wouldn't be able to show all of that. And
that really is exemplified in the I almost said amplified. What the fuck is that word? Exemplified in the anime, because the anime just doesn't have time. The anime is just like it's just like a fucking Cliff Notes version of this, and it's. Look, in some ways it's cool, because I like being able to visualize, and I like being able to just like kind of soak in. I'm a visual person. I'm a video editor. Like assembling visuals to tell a story in the medium of a video is my thing. But this is where anime kind of fails. If you're not going to have like an anime that is legitimately like given enough time to go through all of the story in the way that Ryukishi kind of displays it in the sound novels, then like what is even the fucking point? And also, I don't think, you know, the other thing is in the anime, Keiichi doesn't have nearly as much interiority as he does in the sound novels, and the sound that's like critical. Some of the most,
yeah.
Some of the most.
I think that.
Go ahead.
I think that a lot of Keiichi's his likability is from just being able to see his mindset and to kind of get into, like, you can see his flaws a lot easier, but you can also kind of I feel like empathize with him a lot more, because when he loses his shit, you feel him right there then and there. You're like, okay, if I also am in this moment losing my shit, Keiichi, fucking go for it. Like,
yeah, absolutely. Like a really good example of this is like when he like, we're getting ahead of things clearly, but we've already gotten a little bit. Yeah, no, full spoilers. We already had the thing up front. We're going into it. We're going in. We're going hard.
I imagine there's going to be a lot of jumping around and just suddenly thinking, oh shit, I have to talk about that for an hour, and I have to talk about that for an hour.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
This one is a spider web of stuff to talk about.
It's
even more than the other two before this.
Like, you can almost separate it between like slice of life. Satoko kind of. Satoko and Keiichi's relationship stuff, and then the next third, which is just like murder is okay, actually, and then the last third, which is just utter chaos. I said it before, and Ryukishi is doing the thing that Team Silent wanted to do with Silent Hill 4. Like, I said it before, I'll say it again. The Terror in Daylight thing that they wanted to do with I'm sorry, not Silent Hill 4, Silent Hill 5. The thing that they wanted to do with the Terror in Daylight thing, that is literally how I would probably describe Higurashi. It is Terror in Daylight. Mm-hmm. It is the quintessential idea of when you are out on the road, when you are walking along a road in broad daylight, what are the things that could scare you? And this is that. This is 1000% that. Like, holy shit. I don't think you guys realize this. I really like Higurashi. I really, really like this.
Yeah.
Like,
it's got its
and
nails
also,
in you.
What you mentioned earlier about like Keiichi's interiority, I think that really, like, that's one of the things that shines the most in this arc. Like, Keiichi's interiority just gets more interesting in this arc. It just builds so well from the previous arcs. And I also fucking love that, like, from the moment that he decides to murder, Satoko's uncle, like, the arc goes, like, freaking, like, such a frenetic pace, and it doesn't let up at all. It's fucking great.
You can, like, almost pinpoint a specific line, and it's just sheer shit hitting the fan past this point, and it does not ever slow.
I just love seeing, like, you can track how his logic spirals and kind of falls apart.
Yeah,
I would say,
especially in the aftermath.
Sorry. The earlier scenes with Satoko and Keiichi, I think, are also really good. Like, they're probably the best anime bullshit.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't even consider it
cartoon.
Yeah, I wouldn't even consider it like anime bullshit. Like, anime bullshit is like the baseball game. Like, for me, like, the fucking thing with whatever that fucker's name is,
the cake fetishes.
Yeah, the fucking
cake fetishes.
the hardcore foodie. That fucking guy. That's anime bullshit right there. That is
motherfucker.
Quintessential anime bullshit. For me, the slice of life stuff with Keiichi and Satoko is like, that's some of the stuff that just, like, I legitimately said, like was saying to myself, "Aw," like it's just, how can that not touch you? How can that not make? Maybe it could. Look, I'm an older brother. I said this last time. I'm an older brother. I'm really sensitive to the older brother plight. I'm really, like, I'm actually also sensitive to the running away from home thing, because I left my parents' place when I was a teen, because I just couldn't I stayed with some friends for a long time, because of just the shit that was going on there. And you know, I'm sensitive to all that shit. And like that story, oh man. And then Keiichi nearly burning the fucking house down. Like
Yeah,
an idiot.
that's
shit
what
was-
I meant
that's
by anime
okay,
bullshit.
all right.
He
Yeah,
just
yeah.
burns his house down, and Satoko has to do a roundhouse kick on him to
Yeah.
That I feel like I've done that. No, I actually had that exact scenario happen though with my ex. Like
Oh, yeah?
she straight up did actually do the thing where fire shot up to the ceiling. So this actually is a real life thing. So when I saw Keiichi do that, I was like, I saw all of the signs happening towards it being a thing, and I was like, no.
Oh god. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Oh man.
responsibility Satoko shows in that, and how
Yeah.
it contrasts with everything previous that we've seen. It gives her so much interiority and makes you
Oh, you cut out.
it makes you really think about the person she has to be, because before this, like, she seemed so childish, and now it's like, oh, she's protecting him. She wants to protect like these people around her.
And then I think you kind of see those skills contrasted later with, like, she's using it at the beginning in such a way to like benefit someone she cares about versus later when it's like more forced and obviously it's a much different feel to it.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I think the way that Ryukishi writes is really superb and really like I don't think I've ever really read someone's work who did like this kind of thing. I mean, Cormac McCarthy kind of comes to mind with The Road, but like this is such like this is like better. This is like next level shit where, especially for this, like for being a video game, you know, the bar is so fucking low, and the stories I feel like are such an integral part of what video games can aspire to, and like having really good stories. And I feel like a lot of the time characters and their motivations, like characters are largely viewed as like totems. They're largely like, I am exuding certain values, and if things go against my values, then I will react in a certain way. And they're really thin, you know. Like I think about anime, and I think of all of these really paper thin characters and just like motivations. And you know, as much as I love something like Naruto or My Hero Academia, it's like you really don't get a multifaceted view. These characters don't feel real, I guess. These characters feel like they are out there somewhere. Like Ryukishi is writing in a way where each character is an iceberg, and we're only seeing what they want us to see. And they have reasons for doing the things that they're doing that we may not be privy to, but there are reasons there. They're not just fucking around and doing shit. Satoko is setting traps for reasons. For like, she's doing anime bullshit sometimes for reasons. She's, you know, like she's treating Keiichi the way that she is for a reason. And that reason is unveiled at the very beginning of this arc. And it kills me. It's so sad. And god damn it. Everybody in this series deserves better than what they got. But
I think that was it was highlighted in the cast review when they said that one of the facets was that the characters are the same. But I think it's like they're just shown in different lights with different perspectives and different variables in play.
Right.
But the characters at their core are the same.
They are absolutely three-dimensional. Like they, a lot of the time, yeah, these characters can feel like 2D, but oh man, this is like, I guess I'm a Higurashi like evangelist now, because I need people who have played Silent Hill 2 to play this.
Welcome,
Hello.
Cicada Head.
Yeah.
Now you are a true Cicada Head.
Yeah,
Buzz.
I've known so many people who look at Higurashi and they're like, this is one of the greatest literature of all time. And then they play Umineko and they're like, oh my God, this is like the greatest work of literature I've ever read. And it only exists because of Higurashi.
You can't do this to me. You can't
You're gonna say you're gonna kill
He's a good
Bob.
writer. Everything he's done, it's
So good.
I'm already reading these things
such a pedestal, right?
I'm already reading these things until like 4 a.m. in the morning. You're gonna kill me.
Imagine
so
we
good
get
to feel
there.
passionate about things, though, right?
Yeah, no,
it's so excited.
And
Imagine we get there
also
and he just hates it.
That would be.
I'll be the single Umineko hater, the singular.
He really fell off.
Oh man. I can't believe that this character did that thing that's so unlike them. Ryukishi, what are you fucking doing? God damn it. It's so good. It's so I just want to be like, guys, the Silent Hill game that we've always wanted exists. It's right
here.
it's
Yeah.
right
That's
in
why I
front
was
of us.
screaming about it during
It's
the
right
transition.
here.
The transmission.
Yeah.
Dude, yeah, like I totally get it. I totally get it. And the fact that he's doing Silent Hill F, holy shit. Watch that game be like a visual novel and a whole bunch of people start getting fucking mad.
And then all of us get
What I
really
want.
excited.
Yeah.
That's really
Yeah.
what I want.
He comes,
This
yeah.
is like those
Oh,
gorgeous CGI sprites like in the trailer.
Oh,
People are
Jesus.
gonna be like, in the world where it's a kinetic novel at that, like there's extremely few choices. There's like 2 in the whole game, and it's reviews at like 3 out of 10, and I'm over here singing it as the greatest game I've ever played.
Oh man. I was not a
Not
visual
any
novel person.
hypotheticals.
I think that I think Doki Doki Literature Club really kind of opened my eyes to what this could be, and then what visual novels could be. And then that's what kind of made me be like, oh, maybe everyone's saying Higurashi's great, so I'll try that. And lo and behold, I think, guys, if things keep going the way that they're going, I think I'm gonna have to put this in like my favorite games of all time. It's really good. It's really
boy.
fucking
Yay.
good.
Yeah,
It's
I
like
could think about it forever because, like you said about the iceberg, there's so many frameworks you can engage with this in.
Yeah.
It does have the caveat, which we need to talk about, which the giant
Oh, yeah.
asterisk,
Do
which
we want to
was mitigated a
ahead
little
and-
bit with the the censorship thing. But yes, absolutely, let's go ahead and do that. So of the
I was
people
going to say,
joining,
let's go. Do we want to go down the list of where everybody's at?
yep, that's what I was just about to do.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries,
Go
no
ahead.
worries. No worries at all. This is super casual. No, it's totally fine. Let's go ahead and go through everybody and see, and basically just answer the question. Where are you in the series? Have you finished it? If you haven't finished it, where are you right now? Okay, let's start with 25.
I have finished Higurashi many years ago. I've reread it once or twice in the years since. I like it a lot. I didn't get the chance to reread this arc for this stream, but I did for the first 2, I believe, or at least parts of it. I like it. I like it a normal amount, and I have normal opinions about it.
Good caveat. Gail J.
Well, I've seen basically everything for it. I've read the manga and the novel multiple times, so I'm basically an encyclopedia of this series. So
Shit.
I'm very familiar with it. I'm sorry.
No, that's great. Awesome. Indestructible Cat. You
I
finished
read
it.
this
Yeah, you've
2 years ago, and Meowtroid can attest to this. When I got to the same part as we are in right now, I just couldn't stop talking to him about it. It was
Yeah.
incredible. Yeah, the series is great, and it's fresh in my memory, and I have my old notes, so I'm good to go at any point.
Fuck yeah. Lara, hi.
Yeah, I finished Higurashi very quickly about 3 years ago, but I have such a bad memory. And so when I saw that you were starting to be interested in Higurashi and were going through it, I was like, oh, this sounds like a great time to go through it again. So now I'm just about to enter the answer arcs. So
Yep.
but I know pretty much everything, and I'm very excited to discuss and just to hear all your thoughts about it.
Hell yeah. Oh, I have thoughts. Meowtroid.
I'm in the unique position where I had a friend many, many years ago that knew everything about Higurashi, had read Higurashi, was very into it, told me a whole ton of spoilers, and I didn't care at the time because I never planned on reading it. So I know certain aspects and then almost nothing else. This is my first time actually. Well, I had read through the first arc, and then this is my first time actually going through and reading everything. So the point I am up to now, because I couldn't put it down after arc 3. I did go through arc 4 because it's so short. It only took me 5 hours to get through compared to like the 18 hours that it takes to get through most of the others. So
Yeah.
that's where I'm at. Is just finished arc 4. want to start Arc 5 so bad.
I'm itching to do Arc 4. I heard that it's only like a couple chapters, and I really want to do the stream for that. We're probably going to do it. We're definitely going to do it at some time next week. And I'm thinking about making that like right before we go to the answer arcs. Like that'll be like the true, like I'll put up the cork board with like the red string and and really kind of try to actually answer, like come up with answers for stuff. But anyway, I get ahead of myself all the time.
It's very exciting.
Yeah, we might do that a little bit in this one. I've got some theories I posted in the in the Discord. But
Maybe that's what you can put in your monitor in the back.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I literally was going to do that, but I didn't connect my stuff. I didn't connect the HDMI cable to. Anyway, Towsrail, what do you think? Or where are you at?
So I am pretty much exactly at the end of Arc 3, including having seen the after party. However, I do need to observe that as of about 5 years ago, I read Umineko. So we are getting far enough that my thinking might be infiltrated by concepts backported from Umineko.
Interesting.
I personally maintain that they work either way, which I know some people have strong opinions about. I think that you can read either series first, but that's controversial.
My memory has decayed a substantial amount, but there are certain major concepts that I think I may have been exposed to in Umineko that may or may not. I certainly, like I said, I haven't read all of Higurashi. May or may not have influences on what's going on here.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I can imagine some of the like if some of the stuff that I'm thinking is right. Like some of my theories, if that stuff's right, I can imagine Keiichi being like, "Look, that's so good. That's such a really interesting, fun like take on this kind of genre. How can I not use it twice? Like, how can I hold that back from another sound novel?" Anyway, all right, Jan, where are you at?
I read Umineko first 7 years ago. Then last year read Higurashi. I think I read it in anticipation for Go whenever that came out.
That was fairly recent, wasn't it?
Yes.
That was last year, I believe.
Last year.
Then yeah.
I think it finished last year, but it had like an earlier season or series or something, which is actually
started in 2020.
It was in a weird. It's
whichever
weird.
one it was. I read it in anticipation for that, and I've reread some of it since then. I definitely picked up specifically Tatarigoroshi to reread for this stream. I kind of jumped in halfway through because I was like, okay, there's this one part that I wanted to revisit, and I just kind of kept watching for the entire rest of it.
Once you pop, can't stop. Once you hig, you can't Urashi. I don't know. I'm trying to make fun with that. Also, yes, 2020 was exactly 2 years long, so I can understand the time dilation is all fucked up.
Going on.
What were you gonna say?
The other thing I was going to mention is that I will say that as far as all of the spoilers that I know, Tatarigoroshi, I knew next to nothing going in. There were some little things I knew, but everything else, I went in like, I knew that bad stuff happened to Satoko. That was it. That was all I knew. So.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Damn it.
But that's why this one has been especially fun for me, because I get to do some theory crafting of my own, and I don't know what the answers are.
Fuck yeah, I'm so excited for theory crafting with people who don't know what's going on, because I'm getting tired of y'all who know what's going on fucking with me. Stop it.
They'll fuck with both of us. That's okay.
I'm kidding. Indestructible Cat.
Fun to actually see people like wanting to engage with it, because a lot of us for Higurashi, because the visual novel was translated so much later and the anime was explicitly unsolvable because they just cut so much. it's like people who are now reading it are like the first time I've really seen people able to theory craft about it. Whereas before it was like, okay, I guess this is just, I just kind of look up what other people explain.
Yeah, and that's sad. I can imagine like having. That's the cool thing though, because the way that Ryukishi writes, it's like I said it before and I'll say it again. I can't imagine, even if I knew what was going on, some of these moments are just like the whole thing with Satoko, and especially like the classroom scene and just like the cooking scenes. There's so much stuff that you can't really spoil. They're just like really nice character moments or really awful, horrible things that can't be explained easy. I think Ryukishi does an amazing job proving the importance of how much time you can spend on a game, and like how much time you can actually put into a character and actually like have that benefit. I think that a lot of the times, especially with video games, we're too used to being like, oh, what am I getting out of this? You know, the cost benefit analysis of how much time I'm spending on a thing. And I think that, you know, we live finite lives. Time is money. And, you know, I think that is, you know, an aspect of it that I'm not wholly like throwing out, you know, in the trash. But at the same time, like, I can't, like, this is so well done that it's like pushing through a really intricately done meal, like really fine, like handcrafted, like lovingly created, and just like microwaving it and shoving it in your like down your throat, like in like a minute. You know, sometimes you got to savor this stuff. It matters how much time you spend on something. And this Ryukishi did an amazing job with this game, or with this sound novel. It is, you know, it's whatever genres. I'm fucked up.
It's a game because you're trying to solve it.
Yeah.
That's the thing that I mentioned at the end. I think I mentioned this after we got off and I stopped the VOD, but I think we were talking about this last time after our visual novel book club, that like the game is like figuring out what the hell is going on. It's not the actual playing of it. It's not like coming up with like, you know, a choose your own adventure style path through the game. It is the act of like, what the fuck is going on, and like talking to people. And that's so important. And it's something that I really, really miss about the Silent Hill community. I really miss it. I mentioned this on Twitter just a little while ago, but like Silent Hill used to be this really esoteric, like nebulous thing that we didn't know a lot of these answers for. And like, so it inspired discussion, because that was kind of the point. That was kind of the thrust, where it was all about perspective, because the game Silent Hill 2 gamifies a perspective. It makes it a thing that literally affects the world by conjuring enemies and monsters and stuff. And that's how you interact with that story. This story, Higurashi does such an amazing job of just inspiring that, like, naturally. Like, that's part of the game, is part of the way that you solve it is getting into a character's head and understanding why that they're doing the things that they're doing. I haven't seen a game do this since, like, I don't know. The only other game that comes to mind is maybe, what's that game that just came out that had the creators kicked out of the company?
Oh, Disco Elysium?
Yeah, Disco Elysium. Like, that is like, oh man, a Disco Elysium version of like Higurashi. Holy fuck. That wouldn't work, actually. That wouldn't work. That's the amazing thing about this. It only works in this format, if you're asking me. Like the way that I'm sorry, I'm gushing all the time now about this fucking show.
It's wonderful.
I think Ryukishi really exemplifies that, like, the heart is in more than just the logical plot beats. Like, you can't give someone the actual feeling of Higurashi or Umineko or anything that he does by just saying this and then this and then this, like in the actual development. And he really wants you to engage with it. He really rewards you for thinking and trying to like actually engage. And I think it's awesome that you're doing it. I love it.
Yeah, I remember the last session you were talking about, oh yeah, getting hard answers when we get to, like, you know, the back end of the plot. And I'm like, yes and no. I think just going through the answers is going to be incredible, just because you're getting the feeling of these characters, you're learning like the truths and just the full like scope and like weight of these actions make a lot more sense.
And I asked that question of whether we're getting hard or whether we're going to get hard answers is largely because I didn't want them. There are some things that I do want, like, a little bit of closure on, but largely, like, on the whole, I want things to go back to I want to go back to what Silent Hill 2 made the community who fell in love with that game feel like. When we didn't have the answers, when we weren't constantly pestering the fucking devs for like, is Pyramid Head James? And then fucking the creator of what's that? Ito.
I've got some shit to complain on about that, but I'll save it. I'll hold it.
But Masahiro Ito is just like, oh yeah, no, it's totally James. And now the discussion gone, ended, done. Like, you can't talk about it anymore because some fucking CinemaSins asshole is gonna jump into your fucking mentions and be like, actually, it's James. Here's the tweet that fucking Masahiro Ito said. And it's just like, oh my god. I want to go back to when we were. The whole point of that is perspective and talking to people about their perspective. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, if I can whine about my least favorite instance of that, it's probably some CinemaSins guy or whatever tweeting at Ito was like, oh, did Angela die? Like, later on after you last see her, did she end up dying? And Ito said yes, and I just... That is the one case I think of where it isn't just, like, it misinformed, but I feel like actively diminishes why that scene was important to me, why that character is important to me, because I felt like that precise denial of closure is why that had an impact on me. That's why I felt something, because
it is literally
James doesn't deserve to know. He's not the main character of her life, and neither are you by extension. You don't get to know. It's not your business.
Literally
giving a hard answer on that
it's gross, if you ask me. It denotes a fundamental misunderstanding of what that scene was conveying.
Yeah.
It takes away the compassion, frankly.
Literally, yes. Yes, absolutely. You are 100.
Really weakens it. Really severely weakens it. So I have chosen to ignore that. Thanks, Uncle Ito. I will choose to pretend you never said this because I don't want your input on this. I love you. I respect you a great deal. Admire you a great deal. Shouldn't have tweeted that.
That.
I could definitely see like Ryukishi's favorite Silent Hill characters being Alessa and literally you just said her name and I'm forgetting. Like those 100% would be massive influences on this game and every game he does. He is so compassionate for messy, complicated women.
Yeah, 1,000%. Like, that's one of the reasons why Satoko's portrayal in this made me react so viscerally to her story. It's first off, it's because I am an empathetic, compassionate person. So not to toot my own horn, but I care about people and I don't want to see them fucking in pain. But also, like, I've already had experience with like the Angela story and it's so fucking sad that like, yeah, no. And the problem is 25 that I can understand where Ito's coming from too, because
I totally can. I'm sure getting badgered by people day in and day out for 20 years who refuse to engage with the story might make you just want to give a hard answer. They shut up and stop.
Yeah, just leave me alone. Also, who's playing WoW? I hear WoW music.
Wasn't me, I swear.
It's totally you.
I've never played WoW. I promise.
I totally heard. What's that?
Oh, I was going to say, I think Ryukishi is literally the opposite of that because people will ask him for hard answers and he'll say, I really like that interpretation and I don't want to take that from you. I'm not going, like someone once asked, hey, is this character like inspired by like transness? And he was like, I don't know that I was thinking about that, but I think that is a fantastic perspective on that. And I would never like give a hard answer on this because that kind of thing is the exact reason I write this series.
Sorry to interrupt. I was at a Q&A session with him once, and someone outright asked for Umineko, like, what really happened? And his answer was just Halloween party.
Nice.
Has fun.
I've heard a plot synopsis, not a full plot synopsis, just like a why should you read Umineko, and that was like every picture I saw of it, it just looked like everybody was at like a Clue like party. Wait a minute, that Clue
really
is
like
in Higurashi.
Clue,
Yeah.
Yes, Clue is in Higurashi.
Rika
Man.
wants to use poison.
They're so interconnected. I love it. There is so much love here. Like without love, it cannot be seen.
See, and that's the thing that kills me about the Ito conversation is because the paratext around Silent Hill 2 in particular has Ito did work on a comic. I think it was Japan only.
Probably.
And it was a comic that basically depicted what happened to Angela before and after the events of Silent Hill 2. And in that comic, she dies. She kills herself.
I didn't know that part. I was thinking of the tweet where someone badgered her and he said she did.
And I'm thinking that, I totally get that. And I understand that. And him giving a concrete answer on it does not help, is not helpful. Like just saying it outright. Like if you want to go over to that comic and be like, this is canon, like, I mean, I guess you can do that. It is a Konami product. They did put it out. That is, what it is. But to
canon is an abyss.
Yeah, exactly.
Bob, I think you're really gonna like the next. Sorry to say it, but I think you're really gonna like the next arc.
If it's anything like the previous arcs, are you telling me that this delicious cake I'm eating is going to either maintain or be more delicious the more that I eat it?
It's going to be more delicious, but I think you're also going to feel. I think you're going to get firsthand like confirmation from Ryukishi himself. This feeling that you like, that he is not trying to give you answers, that he is very happy that you are coming to answers on your own.
It is something that it's the other thing about, sorry, I'm really I'm a Silent Hill fan. That's kind of how I grew up, is like Silent Hill, and like the story in that game is so meaningful to me. So I kind of frame everything around it. And it's just like, are you telling me I could have been playing a game where the creator actually understands why they're doing these things? And it wasn't like fucking done by a whole team of people where some people are like, oh no, Pyramid Heads, James. And other people are like, actually, I'm not going to say jack shit because I know that it's not about me. It's about how you feel when you interact with this art. Like when it's so sad. And it's the reason, I'm sorry I cut you off, and I'm sorry I'm constantly going on this, but like the whole point of art is not the end. Art should inspire you to continue, to talk about it, to think about it, to make shit on your own, to approach games the way that a lot of people do these days. It's so fucking sad. It's legitimately sad that people are approaching games and just being like, well, that's it. I'm all done with this character. Oh, we just saw what happened, and I'm going to take everything literally. And
someone in chat, Flexi, has the great line, "It's a conversation, not a statement," and I think that really exemplifies it. Because if you think of the obsession with like wikiizing everything and having an answer for everything that shows up in a very literal text rather than why it was said that way or whatever, what it was trying to convey beyond just literal meaning, it feels like you're trying to make a transcript of a statement instead of talking to the person about what was given to you, what was said to you.
Right. Yeah. And yes, Flexi, it's very funny you say that, because I'm pretty sure that is word for word in my script for the medium.
Nice.
You just predicted
fucking morphogenetic field shit.
Fucking nailed it.
The direct antithesis of When They Cry.
Oh my god. Yep.
100%.
I cannot. This game is giving me so much like fucking willpower to just eviscerate. We now know that murder is fine and good and justified. So I'm going to murder the medium. Like,
I was really worried about where that sentence was going to go
I'm
at
gonna
first.
murder
no.
all of Blue Team.
no, don't,
Murder
no.
all of Bloober Team. Oh
If
no.
Ryukishi wrote the medium, he would have just been like, yeah, you know what? Like that monster killing all that stuff coming out of her. Like, yeah, she had the right to do that. Fuck you. Like, it's her
Fuck you.
right as a victim.
If I ever want to like stay up for a really long time for whatever reason, I just imagine Bloober Team remake of Higurashi, and that'll keep me up for weeks.
You know the fucked up thing?
It's like the worst thing I can imagine.
There are a
You're the
lot of
opposite.
similarities between Higurashi and Silent Hill 2, and Silent Hill 2 is being remade by Bloober Team. So, welcome to my hell. Anyway,
I do want to circle back to earlier when just talking about being an empathetic person, and I also want to just say how clever what Rikishi did in this particular moment was, which was when he was listing out the abuse statistics.
Yes, I wanted to bring
Oh
that
my
up,
god,
too.
holy shit.
That is the most
He
shocking.
puts out numbers,
Yes.
but he realizes, oh, the numbers are not going to work. So we're going to put a picture of a character you're really feeling for right now, so you understand the weight of these numbers.
Do you remember the sound sting at the end of that when it mentioned CSA?
CSA,
that broke me.
It legitimately, like, this doesn't happen to me, but a lot. It only happens, I noticed that this only happens when I am experiencing something truly, like, affecting to me. I got goosebumps. Like, when that
I literally
happened,
have goosebumps right now, thinking about it again.
Like, holy shit. And you know the fucking really weird thing? In my video on the medium, I'm going to talk about how after I got done with Silent Hill 2, it inspired me to look up statistics about the CSA and how many people go through this, and it fucking destroyed me when I saw the amount of people who are going through this shit silently, and just, it fucking infuriates me. And we're gonna get to that fucking line, dude. We're gonna get to the powerless line, because I can't say it right now, because holy shit. But he did it. I was thinking, like, oh man, it was so fucking powerful. Like, I was thinking about how do you make, like, this not exploitative. It is the exact opposite of what. Is there a word for the exact opposite of exploitation? This is that. Like, you don't have someone like that fucking weirdo Luca Dalco from Martha is Dead, like fucking fetishizing female fucking corpses and that all fucking crazy ass shit, which is just makes me fucking mad just thinking about it.
I think a lot about how to depict and represent things like this specifically. Like, I'm coming at it from the perspective of having experienced it myself, but like thinking constantly, okay, how can you depict this? How can you frame it in such a way that is not replicating it, that is not like kind of glamorizing or like making it like titillating to the wrong
fetishizing
people.
it.
There are,
because like
I think there are ways you can do it where it's like depicting the awful feeling of it without being like, oh, it's like so shocking. But it's like, I think a lot of it really has to do with aligning with the point of view of the person being affected and showing their feelings and not like focusing on like, it's hard to put into words without going into specifics, but I feel like it's a thing you really have to think about, and most don't. But I really do feel like Ryukishi's approach to it is so empathetic. Like, it is incredibly cathartic for me personally.
Yeah, and I want to be very specific on the way that Ryukishi does this, because it's very, very masterful. He never ever. There is no point at which that you either see Satoko being abused sexually. There is no point at which that anybody physically out loud says it, ever. That is never ever said. What is shown is before the visceral scene, which I'm sure we'll talk about in a sec. Before the visceral scene, we get the list of statistics for child abuse, and the image, as Kat was saying, the image of Satoko is on the screen. You are seeing her, so you can imagine these things that are happening. The last statistic is child sexual abuse. and you get the sting. You get the musical sting.
Yeah.
And then that's the end of the tip. That's it. You don't get that, this happened to her, or like you don't get a scene where it happened. It's just the implication is there that this has happened.
Yeah. And the characters, they don't know. Like the tips give you so much that is I guess I could say like objective fact. It's primary documents like you would be quoting in a paper. And so this is a dramatic irony of what the characters can't even necessarily comprehend because they themselves are also children. But he
Right.
makes sure that we as the reader we can't look away. He makes sure that we can't.
Yeah, it's it's masterful. It's like I've legitimately like I dare I say that I don't know if I'm trying not to excuse the fucking weird anime bullshit that we have gotten up until this point, but like this moment, this is it's masterful. It's just so full of like this arc is brimming with compassion and empathy. It's just absolutely fucking like just it really is shocking as a person who generally like the past few games in the horror game that I'm going to play in like fucking on Friday, which just looks like it's going to be gore porn, which hopefully fucking Callisto Project. We'll see where that one goes. I like that space, but maybe realistic gore is not the best thing. Anyway, but like, the last few games I played, it's like Martha is Dead and fucking The Medium. And it's just, I'm watching like horror just death spiral. I'm watching it in front of my eyes fucking peter out and die. It like the point of this space shouldn't be to fetishize fucking psychological like issues. It shouldn't be to like provide content for people who like gore porn. Like horror is so powerful, and it can be used for such like really powerful, passionate projects, like empathy and understanding, and getting in another person's shoes and really kind of figuring out that is how we fix shit. We don't fix shit by like pretending it didn't happen or just not thinking about it. Literally, that is what someone on a stream said. I was watching streams for The Medium. There were two people who were talking to each other, and one goes like, "I don't know if I like that ending," and then the other one turns to her and goes, I don't think, I wouldn't think about it. If you like it and not thinking about it, like I would just, that's fine. Like don't think about it if you don't want to. I'm just like, fuck. Is that where we're at with fucking psychological horror? Is that where the horror space is at right now? Where everybody's just like plugging their ears and shutting their eyes? Like this is like a fucking shining beacon to what every horror media should aspire to. Like this space can be used for good. I know it can. And horror gets a lot of shit. And this is one of the ways like that it can excel far and above any other medium.
Just to echo what Zoot said in chat, Signalis, its themes are very different from Higurashi, and it tries to go for different types of horror, but Signalis is very good. I think you will enjoy it.
Okay. All right, I definitely need to play that.
Sorry. One thing that he does is, at least in Umineko specifically, he really shows you that like the moment you stop thinking, the moment you just give up on trying to understand, that is just like that. It's the last thing you want to do. The last thing you want to do is just stop thinking. That's you don't want to just completely disregard it and stop engaging with something like that.
Yeah,
it's a really good job with that.
I kind of want to add on to that, and it's like the moment you stop thinking, that's the moment victims feel like that they've been forgotten. That's the moment that the most vulnerable people who are unable to communicate to you how they're suffering, and the moment you stop thinking, they've been forgotten. They lose hope. And I think you see that here too in Higurashi. The moment that Keiichi decides he's going to kill Teppei, as we see in the end with Satoko, like everything's gone, and it's incredibly tragic.
Yeah.
I do think it's about time we discussed the classroom scene.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
Do we want to go in order, or should we just talk about the fucking?
Bob, I think we all want to. I think we're all sitting here wanting to know what your
Yeah.
visceral reaction was to it.
I cried. Like, how can you not? I'm not going to go into too much detail, and I'm going to try to keep my shit together. Talking about it now. But dude, I can't. I literally can't talk. I legitimately cannot talk about some of this stuff. But this hit home in a way that I was not expecting, and Satoko's reaction to just the physical act of being touched, and then the way that she pushes Keiichi away, vomits, runs into the corner, and like, oh man, dude, like I can't do it. I'm gonna fucking, I need to make sure that I told myself I wasn't gonna lose my shit on the stream. But the fact that I'm saying this should let you know that like, I feel bigly about, what happened to her. And when Rena, comes up to her after everything, and, also Keiichi, I love you, but you're a fucking idiot. Like you didn't realize that you were like the fucking
Toxic masculinity
just
at its core.
like, dude, I love how it's so understandable too. Like Rikishi writes him in a way where it's just like you can see he's trying to help, but he's just not getting it. He's not connecting the dots. And then finally Rena's like, oh fuck, Keiichi, get the fuck back. You're like, stop it. Like clearly what you're doing isn't helping. Let me try to help. And then she goes over and you don't hear what she says, but her reaction of just like being just fucking losing her shit and just like kicking that what did she kick, like something
She
that
knocks the locker.
A locker.
Over pretty
Yeah.
much. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fucking rad. I love her there.
Yeah, Rena's
Yeah.
a fucking real one, dude. Holy
I
shit.
think my favorite part of that was when Keiichi wouldn't shut up. Like, and Rena
Yeah.
told him, Keiichi, you need to shut up right now.
He's
And
like, shut
Keiichi-
the fuck up, you asshole.
she just turns on her scary face and
Yeah.
goes, Keiichi, I told you to shut the fuck up.
Calls him an
She's
asshole.
always been
Yeah.
this person when she's worried for her friends, and it's like so impactful.
Yeah.
It's such a good scene.
It's I think that will be, I don't know what's coming, but I think that's like the absolute, I mean, it's simultaneously a high point and a low point. Like but that's, when I read that scene, I legitimately I feel Rikishi, I feel him like having some sort of lived experience and using this as kind of like therapy. I feel like there is someone in there who seriously cares about everybody in this classroom. And like the reaction of all the classroom sort of backing up, but not running away, staying in that classroom, and everybody's worried, but they're worried for her. You've got a whole classroom of people who are they just want to know like what happened, what is going on. And you've got, Keiichi being a fucking dumbass, but caring, like wanting to be the bigger brother, but doesn't realize how toxic that is and how that may be, a problem. Which is honestly, that's something I had to deal with. That is like I fucking can't tell you about it, but there is a very an innocence that comes with not ever having to want to kill another person, not wanting to how do I say this? There are people who have done such horrible things that like there is an innocence that comes with like not wanting to not wanting to realize a world where they are no longer a part of it. And this, I have never experienced a story that has put that mode of thinking in front of me. and made me like you know, it's one thing to think these things, it's another thing to act on it. It's also another thing to realize after the fact that, hey, maybe that's toxic, maybe that's not the thing that you should be doing, and hey, maybe the thing that would really help out, are you listening, Bloober team, are you listening, the medium, maybe the thing that we should be paying attention to are the people who are affected by these things, and not so much the people who maybe perpetrated them. Maybe in this situation, the more important thing is to get Satoko what she needs rather than going after her uncle and killing him. Maybe you should care more in that situation about the people that are right in front of you. Anyway, yeah, I
think that is a really good point, because I think Keiichi even specifically takes on a lot of that paternalism.
Yes.
And I know what's best for Satoko. Satoko is just going to stick this out, and Satoko doesn't know what she doesn't have the understanding that I have, that I know how to get her out of the situation better than she does.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if this is the time to mention, at least in some regard, that you can read this through. You can read this arc through and think, I wonder how a worse writer would handle this sort of situation. How a worse writer would handle this, like the medium. But that aside,
we can't. 25. Are you talking?
Like this.
Your mic went out. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you can imagine how a worse writer would handle this situation with these characters in particular. And for once, that isn't entirely a hypothetical, because there is a badly written version of this arc. There is. It's Tsukiotoshi Hen, which was like the console bad ending for this arc.
Oh,
and
really?
It isn't written by Ryukishi. None of the console stuff was. I just want to note that. I want to specify that. But it is the thing that I have read most recently for Higurashi through, besides like a reread, and it is... It feels like it takes the setup of the situation. I believe it diverges right after the classroom scene. And
what do they... kill Teppei better or something?
Kill Teppei better.
I mean,
we can make a better murderer.
You're actually pretty much correct.
Hey! I do that a lot these days.
Yeah, it involves Keiichi, Rina, and Shion all simultaneously deciding to kill him and working on a plan to do it together. And it is really bad. Everyone feels viscerally out of character. Stuff happens just to have something happen. Like, there is one particular thing, like, the plot should be over because they've made, like, a master plan and the plot should end there, but it has Satoko show up to see it just so that the plot keeps happening, and then everyone plays, like, a shitty game of Among Us and kills each other because they all think they're all selling each other out, and it's... Tsukiotoshi is genuinely horrible. It is the worst Higurashi arc that still resembles Higurashi in some form. And I feel like it's extremely telling that the person responsible for it, the writer attributed to it, has one other credit on another console arc, and it's Tatarigoroshi, which is essentially just a fucking game over screen. It's like, no shit, they should not be handling horror. They should not be handling these characters in this situation. No wonder the only other thing that they were allowed to write is 1 hour of the first arc, and then it tells you everybody died. I kind of, in a way, I sort of recommend reading Tsukiotoshi. It's much shorter than the others. It's like 6 hours or something. I recommend reading it and like just taking a pen and paper, because it is a case study in how to fuck up this. How do you do this bad? I was losing it reading it. I hated that so much.
It's
Okay,
like it's like the anime. It's just there for shock value. Every part of it.
It feels like Studio Dean got handed the premise for Tatarigoroshi and was told to just go off, Kings. And oh my god, I resent it with every fiber in my being. I've got my rant out of the way. There is a bad version of Tatarigoroshi, and it's on the PS2 game.
That fucking
And-
sucks. Because isn't the PS2 game, like, doesn't that have the widely considered, like, good, like, the ending, the true ending to the series?
I do not like the true ending.
Oh, you do? Oh, okay.
There is an Arc 8 written by Rikishi and an Arc 8 written by the console people, and they're both often considered very good in their own ways. I haven't read the console Arc 8. I haven't read its like iteration thereof, but I have heard good things. There's like 5 or 6 in total arcs in the console version between like the bad endings of the question arcs and that one, and I think I want to say there's 1 or 2 others, but they all have different writers except Teramoashi, the game over screen, and Tsukio Toshi share 1 writer, and I don't have kind things to say about the way they write.
Well, you know, I'll spoil my Medium video a little bit more.
I've been waiting for this thing for months. Come on. Crumbs, please.
Only months? I've been waiting for it for 2 fucking years. Anyway,
you know, 20 months is 2 years.
True, yes.
Yeah, that's a number of months.
Technically, okay. Part of it is going to be in defense of bad horror, and there is a benefit to having a game like the Medium, and I'm not going to say that that game isn't art. It is. The problem is that it's bad art, and the way that we get around that problem of it being bad art is by doing exactly what you're doing. 25 it's talking about it. It's participating in the conversation that it is trying to make by also framing it in the way that you feel that it fails. I think a lot of people don't consider criticism to be art, and that's a failing of us. Like criticism.
I think the whole theme for these streams is that art is a conversation.
Yes, and that's why it's
conversing about
that's why it's in the video. Yeah, exactly.
Part of art, author, audience membrane. Roll the fucking 10-year-old folding ideas video, whatever. Go on.
Speaking of which, I want to get like the opinion of Talasriel, the other person who's also blind about the classroom scene.
I'm gonna take 1 minute, but yeah.
Kat already knows my opinion, which is why Kat isn't asking me.
I mean, you too.
No, I'm just joking. But yeah, tell us real.
So yeah, I didn't. Yeah, it hit hard for certain. And the part that really got me was and I mentioned this on the Discord, but it's better to mention it now on the stream. There was, I believe, and my timeline might be messed up, but I believe it's later in the classroom after that first explosion where more of the reality of what's going on has sunk into Keiichi, and Rika physically drags him out of the classroom because, I mean, she and everyone knows Keiichi needs to have an emotional meltdown over what he has seen, what he has processed. But he can't do it near Satoko because Satoko's wearing her mask and keeping on, oh, why nothing is wrong. And like it would be a burden to her for him to have that meltdown where Satoko can see it. So Rika drags him off so he can have the meltdown he needs out in the hallway outside, wherever that ended up being. So he could get through that initial catharsis where it wouldn't stack more issues onto her.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I feel like when I was talking with Meowtroid, there's always a different thing someone latches onto that emotionally devastates them. For me, the thing that got me was when Satoko just starts screaming Nini. That
oh god,
in a way that I wasn't expecting.
For me it was the physical reaction, the sudden physical reaction, just the jolt. I'm not gonna talk about it, but I'm sensitive to that, and just like just wanting to show someone you care, and the only way that you know how to do that is to touch them, and for them to associate that with a negative, with a really awful, with trauma, and for that to be a trigger for them, it's just so fucking sad. It's like, you know, the way that trauma kind of like interrupts the chain of communication and the channels that we have to sort of care for each other. It's one of the main reasons why I'm going after the medium so hard. It's because that's what it represents. It represents, like, it is advocating for this. It is advocating for cutting off. It's advocating against people like Satoko, who have been in situations like Satoko. Satoko's not a real person, but also that, like, you know, Indestructible Cat, you talked about, you know, the moments that hit, like, everything hit for me. Everything. The showing the statistics, the sting with the statistics, the hand on the head, the physical reaction, the vomiting, the everybody around noticing her, the Rena being fucking so fucking mad when she fucking kicked that locker. Like, oh man, I just want to fucking reach into this fucking thing and like fucking god damn it. It really makes you feel for these fucking characters, dude. And every hit. And even before this, we didn't talk about it, but the moment that really like fucking snapped me out of it, snapped me into this mode, was the chapter preceding the tip where you get Satoko with the statistics. It's the chapter where Keiichi goes to Tepe, the Sonozaki. No, not Sonozaki. What's their last name?
Hojo.
Hojo. Yeah.
Hojo. Every time I think Hojo, I think Final Fantasy. I'm sorry.
I know.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry in advance. The Hojo residence, and he sees the bruises on Satoko, and it's just like that. My fucking, oh man, that got me really good. And this line in particular, because that whole scene, I have to go through it because it's just so fucking powerful. It's visceral. You can feel this shit. I felt it in my fucking nervous system. So what happens is Keiichi goes to the Hojo residence to check up on Satoko. Satoko isn't there. He's just kind of looking around. And then Irie comes over. Is it Irie or Irie? Coach.
Irie.
Irie?
Yeah, Irie.
Irie. Yeah.
Okay. I'll make a note of that. Irie. I literally just wrote ear and
Irie.
Or
That
Irie,
really
Irie, yeah, there. And so Irie drives over, and Satoko's in the passenger seat, and she's got a bunch of groceries, and they're really fucking heavy groceries. A lot of sake and beer cans, I believe, and just snacks, just like shit food. And Tepe like screams out the window like, "Hey, you got my shit yet, you little fucking brat?" And Satoko, one of the things that fucking devastates me about the way that she is portrayed in this and every other arc, Satoko has been a little fucking shit, and it's so adorable, and she's just, you know, being a little shit. She's just living her best life, and making Keiichi's life a living hell. But and I love that for her, don't get me wrong. And she's always been portrayed, you know, lively and all this stuff. And seeing the way that they drew her eyes just kind of like blank and expressionless, and watching this kid going from this, you know, adventurous little shit to just being completely devoid. The way that she's depicted, her eyes are just like glazed over. She's just like she's not really there. She's, you know, her armor is up, I guess. And you know, she grabs some of the groceries, which are clearly too heavy for her. She gets the bike out, or Irie gets her bike out, and then Irie and Keiichi are both like, did this fucking guy expect like tiny little Satoko to like like ride her bike all the way back to their place from the grocery store with these heavy ass bags. And then you know, Teppei doesn't give a fuck. Teppei is just being a piece of shit. And you know, and then what happens is you know, Keiichi comes over and is trying to like kind of talk to her and like be like, hey, you're you know, this isn't a good spot, like what's going on. And then he sees the bruises and immediately he just has a fucking visceral reaction. He starts getting loud, he starts like yelling, not realizing that this is scaring Satoko. But she's also kind of like not immune to it, but like she's used to men yelling is kind of what I got out of it. And the way that, you know, he's just fucking livid and he's losing his mind and he's putting everything together and he's realizing that Teppei's been physically abusing this girl, his friend who he has recently started to view as a younger sister. And the way that Irie comes behind him and grabs him and shuts him up by putting his hand over his mouth to prevent him from being loud and alerting Teppei to what he just realized. And the way that he screams, the voice acting is so fucking good throughout this entire thing. And sometimes I wish it wasn't there because the voice acting is so... Japanese voice acting is so visceral. It's so affecting sometimes, especially when people scream. And the way that Keiichi screams, it's a real scream. It's a fucking like angry at the goddamn planet, you know, scream. And it just goes on and on and on. And throughout this, this line, this is the line that absolutely fucked me up. He thinks to himself, are we this powerless? So powerless that we can't even fucking scream from the bottom of our hearts. And that fucking killed me. It's getting me now. Hi, how you doing?
Pushing
It's
that sense of silence that even Satoko has been trapped in, and it is a cyclical trauma that affects everyone around her.
Yeah.
It puts you into that space.
That's a thing that I hate to keep talking about the medium in my upcoming video, but really I have been in this really weird space, and this is also one of the reasons why it's really fucking hard to write this shit. It's because it's forced me to realize that there are some people in this world who just don't see this shit. This shit is invisible to them. They don't think that there's anything wrong with just not fucking caring about people who are going through the worst of it. That there are some people who are living in their own personal hells and they just don't care or don't want to see it. And to have that shit and just, it's absolutely a fucking, like, it's the antithesis to that. And it's shocking. It shocked my system in a way that I wasn't prepared for to see it. Like the thing that I wanted, it's right here. And it happened 20 fucking years ago.
I almost said this a lot earlier. I think I got cut off by something or other, but I'm not mad. But there was something you'd said about Silent Hill 2, I probably on a stream or something, that stuck with me, which is that it is horror fundamentally based in empathy. And I feel like Higurashi 2 is also very much that, which reflects very poorly on other things where the horror comes not from making you care about someone and then make you feel... and then you feel scared because you're like, oh, I like this person, I don't want bad things to happen to them. There's a sort of bad horror, which we can't name, but you know.
Yep.
Which is instead like, look at these bad things happening to someone. Wouldn't it be scary if that happened to you?
Yeah. It literally, also, I would go even further and say that there is some horror that treats people who are going through, like, exactly like the medium. Again, I'm going to talk about it. That treats horror.
Dang, I was trying to dodge the word so he didn't go off again.
No, man, I'm going off. I don't fucking care.
Neither do I. Bad game.
Terrible, poisonous game. Poisonous. Venomous. That's a better
Criminal.
word. Not. Anyway, maybe I'll get into the legalities. Yeah, no, this game is illegal.
When I take over the world, we're banning Bloober Team from making games.
I would vote for you. But anyway,
you can be my personal enforcer. Just go around to houses and rip copies of the medium out of them and snap them in front of people. Like, no, play a better game.
Dude, I keep seeing like, oh, horror fans are eating good these days, and it's like a picture of like the Dead Space remake, Callisto Protocol, Resident Evil 4 remake, and the fucking Silent Hill 2 remake, and I just want to fucking I just fall into my little hole. But anyway, I'm getting off topic because as much as I give the medium and all that shit, all of the Bloober Team shit, there's a reason for it. It's because it's deeply unempathetic. It literally demonizes a person dealing with CSA. It figuratively and literally in the story.
Yeah, literally.
And it is such a misread of Silent Hill 2. It is such a I can't imagine how more they could miss the mark. And to spoil it a little bit more, my video a little bit more, there is a scene in Silent Hill 2 where James is talking to Angela on the fiery staircase, which is hands down the best scene in that fucking game. Where Angela is basically being like, you know, you can't fucking, you think so much of yourself that you can save me. Fuck off, James. You eat shit. You know, you piece of shit. Selfish fucking asshole. I can't believe that you think so highly of yourself that you can just cure all of my pain with a wave of your hand. Oh, your love is going to save me. Oh, you love me. Fuck you, James. And it's such a powerful fucking moment because it also goes first person. The game doesn't go first person a lot. And when it does it for a specific reason because it's trying to frame something in a specific way. It goes first person there, in my opinion, because it's talking not to James. Angela is talking through James. Angela is talking to everybody. Angela is talking to people who think that they can just cure, you know, oh, you're depressed? Oh, you know, listen to some happy music. It'll be fine. You know, it's fuck, yeah, that's what I do. That helps me. Fuck you. Like, it is so deeply empathetic. It like inspires you to want to help, but not in a selfish way. And that is so fucking important. Contrast that to the medium, where the medium literally says at the very end, when Marianne is talking to Lillianne, Lillianne's the Marianne's sister who's dealing with the trauma of child sexual abuse. And what Marianne specifically says to Lillianne is, this isn't your story, it's mine. And it fucking kills me that the entire time they try to be the empathetic story that Silent Hill 2 is, and then have that in it. And people think that is the thing that should be like put on a platform. That's the thing that should get awards. Ooh, the graphics are great, but the story also told me that I don't have to give a shit about people dealing with.
The graphics aren't even theirs.
Oh God, we can't talk about. You're right, but we can't talk about the video. I'm talking about it too much. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Awful.
Like, dang, the graphics look so good. But
it's funny because that's their
style is just cribbed off someone who actually knew what he was doing and just.
We should pivot back to Higurashi.
Yes,
yeah.
So to pivot,
this is not the medium stream.
Pivot back,
it becomes a 5-hour stream.
Yeah, no,
it's
literally
quickly starting to turn into that.
Yeah, for real.
Right now.
The reason,
no.
The reason why
everyone dies.
Yeah, exactly. We need to get to that part. Holy shit. But also the baseball
God,
game. We need to touch on the baseball game. Yeah, to bring it all back. Yeah, I'm deeply affected by that, how that was portrayed. It was fucking exceptional. If I could rate that scene, it would be S fucking tier. Because like, the thing that games that try to be like that, the thing that they try to do, oh god, I'm gonna do it. There's a scene in the medium where the dad of Lillian just realized that his friend did CSA to Lillian, and his response to that isn't to help his daughter, it's to go after the man who perpetrated it and to kill him, essentially. And I can understand like that aspect of it. I get, but it's not like it's portrayed as just. It's portrayed as like, this is what you should do. This is the thing. This is justified. The thing that Higurashi does in this scene is so fucking powerful because it doesn't invalidate that anger. It doesn't say you shouldn't be fucking mad. It doesn't say that you can't think about killing this guy. It is so understanding from everyone's point of view, while also framing it in a way that isn't toxic. It's framing it in a way that shows the pitfalls of this kind of thinking. And it's so fucking well done. It's shocking to me. And yeah, I guess that's all I'll say. I'm banning the medium from my mouth. Oh, I just said it again. Anyway.
Yeah, the medium.
I'll try to do the same thing. For me personally, I'll also try to ban discussion of Tsuki Otoshi because I will have similar things. The medium's worse, but I'll try to ban that too because it has similar sorts of problems that it invents trouble for plot to happen, not based on like natural consequences of that situation, but on just contrived bullshit. Okay, I'm done.
It's something that even Silent Hill 2 kind of. Yeah, I feel you. It's something that even Silent Hill 2 had a little bit of trouble with. Like, Angela's story is told through tragedy, which is apt, but it's also like it kind of fumbles in some ways because like I don't know about visually representing some of the things that it did. I don't know how.
I agree with that. I also would not have done that had I been writing it, but
The boss fight.
I understand the impulse of doing so. I don't agree with it as a choice.
I get the feeling that it was, and not to excuse it by any means, but I get the feeling that it was very much just like, they felt like, maybe we're being too subtle, so they had to throw in a, do you get it?
Yeah.
Do you get it?
Do you get it?
At the same time, I also...
Abstract Daddy isn't abstract enough.
Yeah. I wish it wasn't there. But like, I'm not sure how to put this. It feels like even when Silent Hill 2 makes arguable missteps, and I think that one is definitely one of the ones I'd argue as a misstep, I feel like it does so coming from a well-intentioned place, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, I can imagine an artist thinking this is a good way to illustrate this in like a symbolic sense or whatever. And whereas, rest of recording cut off so that we don't rant again about bad things.
It's all about like having a good faith sort of discussion, like the way that
Yes. I believe that even in its worst moments, it is good faith. It is trying to communicate on a level, and it just sometimes misses.
Gail, I might have to have you read my script for the medium because you have multiple times already succinctly like put things that I have spent like paragraphs trying to express into a single sentence, and that is a incredible talent. I'm very happy with it.
I've written a lot of essays about Higurashi. I did a video essay about Higurashi.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I've learned a lot about how to communicate those kinds of ideas, and it matters a lot to me. I love breaking down the medium because both at a political level in terms of how it handles Polish issues, the USSR, and other things, and how it fails that, how it becomes very conservative as an excuse, and
Yes.
then where politically how much Higurashi compares with that,
Absolutely.
as well
Oh,
as
man.
trauma.
We're banning medium discussion. I'm gonna say it.
We've tried
Sorry.
to ban it like 4 times. It just keeps happening. It keeps coming back.
Gail,
I love the
It's a
politics of
virus.
Higurashi so much.
I
That's
know.
why you're gonna love part 4.
And then we get to the government at the end of this, and I'm like, oh fuck yeah, let's fucking go.
Let's
And
talk
like,
about the JDSF.
hell
Talk
yeah.
about eco-terrorism and communism.
Yeah, woo! Anyway,
Yeah, God, I love the damn conflict.
yeah,
could
it's
I
so
actually-
interesting.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
Could I bring this back to when they first discover that Satoko's uncle came to town, and that conversation that they have where they find out Mion already knew, Keiichi blows up at her,
Yeah.
and he goes on that, he makes her cry.
He goes
Just
on a
like in
yeah.
just like in episode 1 where he's blowing up at her about not telling him about all of the terrible things that happened. He's just screaming at her. And then Reina just turning that back on him.
Yeah.
And that
was,
moment
oh,
where
man.
she says, I don't have to apologize to you, do I, Keiichi?
Yeah.
And she says, I didn't realize you were talking to me. Maybe you should apologize to Mion. Incredibly compassionate. And that's like a conversation Ryukishi himself has had. 100%.
Like, oh my God. So much of this, I just feel Ryukishi's history as a social worker, like just speaking through it. And it's really powerful shit. And it really, it really makes me value his perspective on these topics. And that when Rena did that was like some fucking, oh my God, Keiichi's playing fucking checkers and Rena's over here playing 4D chess. Holy shit. Like that was such a fucking move. Oh man. And oh God. Here's the thing for me though, with my personal history, I have had anger issues my entire life. And so I get it. Like I get where Keiichi's coming from. I understand that, he's just fucking mad. And the only language that he can kind of use is like the language of anger, of frustration, of like screaming and like getting people to do shit via the volume of his voice. And it's just, it really, Ryukishi does such an amazing job of proving that is useful in certain situations, but it absolutely shits the bed in others. It's just the worst fucking thing. And Keiichi is proven wrong time and time again. And it also, Ryukishi does an amazing job of making Keiichi like still like understandable and empathetic in that like he doesn't say that like, look, you're angry and that's wholly misplaced. No, he does something with that anger, and he shows that Keiichi is also like willing to apologize immediately for overstepping, and showing that, look, you can make mistakes in social situations. You can really fuck up, but your friends are still your friends. And if you talk to them and be real with them and be like, look, I made a mistake, and you apologize, you can it's not a catastrophic thing to fuck up with your friends. If your friends, your friends care about you and they want to, communicate properly, and everybody wants to get better. And Keiichi just needs some time in the oven to realize that when he's doing that shit, it's not fucking helpful. I was screaming at the fucking monitor when he was doing the shit with like the teacher. Cause
me too.
Like the Chie, I think her name is. The
so paternalistic, even to her, an adult woman.
Yeah,
trying her
Not to be
hardest.
confused with Cheel.
Like, teachers are so often stepped on, and seeing Ryukishi be so supportive and understanding of the situation teachers are in, also fantastic.
That's what I mean when I say holistic. Like, there's not an avenue of this that isn't explored, except for maybe the parental aspect. But in this situation, it's like, I don't know. Okay, we got to talk about Keiichi's parents. I think they're the main source. I think they're evil, and I think that this is all they're doing. So, what do you think about
the entire plot, everything?
They're always gone, dude. They're always gone. They're always fucking off when shit hits the fan.
Conspiracy board.
he has so much neglect in his life. You can see that so many of his coping mechanisms are incredibly informed by societal expectations of masculinity, and you can really see like Rikishi is very much a feminist. Like the way that he's constantly engaging with women, and the fact that women like Reina, like she's a child, even like girls like Reina have to cover up so much of their own anger. When Keiichi so freely has that, when Keiichi turns to violence all of the time in chapter 1 and in chapter 3 alike. Like when he thinks of defense, he thinks of violence. And God, there was one other thing that I was thinking of here. God, I completely forgot. But as you mentioned, like his parents, like they also have this insane level of privilege over everyone else in town.
Yep.
Like, and he fails to understand that because they didn't bother to teach him.
Right. It's
That's
weird.
Part of me wanted to bring up something with Keiichi, but that it comes up later down the line. But you eventually learn, like, once you see how his friends view, and you do get a good sense of like Keiichi's positive qualities, like at the baseball game when he's the only one who can like talk to like certain people and convince them to do things. You can see his positive qualities come out.
I don't know if that's
people laugh. Like he makes them laugh. The golf club, they love him.
He also is the only one who knows the language of pervert. So
yeah,
I guess
we're
that's
gonna see more of that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of funny though when it's not directed at the girls.
It's funny because I was thinking about that too, where it's like I'm seeing a lot of the perverted stuff, like a lot of the anime bullshit that I like to clown on a lot. I'm seeing a lot of that also kind of be utilized within the story. And it's also like, I don't want to say that there's a reason that it's there, but it does portray like the characters in a more holistic sense. Like, look, Keiichi's a fucking, how old are they? Like, he's a teenage boy.
Like,
he's
14,
kind of horny
15,
little teen. Like,
and to negate that aspect is to negate an aspect of being a teen. And that's that's the other thing. Like what I mean about holistic. Like it's really like kind of really fucking interesting. I don't want to necessarily read like a bunch of shit about a dude who wants to fuck a cupcake though. But at the same time, like
it's too much.
It's can we maybe just a little
like I think I told you to like just once it gets to the bathroom background, just kind of like fast forward through that. Like it's okay for a little bit, but it kind of goes on. Like at the end where Keiichi's like, damn, you know what? I want to go get a parfait. That's kind of funny, but like, I prefer everything after that.
And,
and
to be clear,
it's hard to talk about Keiichi's good qualities because I feel like the stuff that really illustrates them are in the back half of this series.
Yeah,
whereas
episode 6 for
episode
me.
5 and 6 are like, 6 and 7. Feel
he comes together as a person, and he. In the first half of the story, as Bob, you mentioned, like with Satoko, he has no social awareness. He has a huge struggle in every single one of these chapters, actually understanding the interiority of these girls around them. He takes them at face value. He takes Mion at face value. He breaks her heart, frankly.
Yeah.
And he has to understand girls have interiority, and he can't really understand a lot of what they're going through because of his privilege financially and as a very smart young man.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe that Jan had something to talk about with regard to the classroom scene before we move on too much.
One tiny little summary of the Keiichi thing. It feels like Keiichi believes he's in a dating game, like a dating sim.
I don't know if I agree with that, but I can see how you can see that, and I can see how that can be extrapolated to for a person who would maybe go on to play to make a game something like Doki Doki Literature Club.
I think that that's more the case in like the first 2 arcs, but
yeah. Go ahead, Jan.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No worries.
I guess it kind of is related to that in a way. I just want to start off by saying I think, especially with a lot of protagonists in stories like these, oftentimes they're meant to be relatable to the audience, kind of more of a I mean, like normal person, everyman kind of, oftentimes, not really, but like more relatable to the average audience member who most likely has had a, somewhat normal life. And I think with him, like, he's meant to be like kind of using Keiichi as a bridge between the assumed average person who has not had any experience with this, who has not really had to deal with it themselves, or maybe has not seen it before, and kind of bridging that and kind of teaching them empathy for it. I think he does a really good job with that, of like kind of helping to bridge that gap and show you, like, here's why you should care, here's what it's like, and here's how hard it is. And I personally, I've actually this scene really feels for me, because I was not, I don't have Keiichi's perspective. I've actually been more in Satoko's point of view myself. So I really, it does feel a certain way. I feel like it's done in a really good way, because I've never really been there specifically myself, but I've had those times. I've really, it really does capture a feeling that I can personally relate to. And I think I don't know, I appreciate the way that it does that.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, that's awesome. That's the mark of a fantastic
Yeah,
writer.
I think it really, like, the experience as a bystander versus as, like, not like a participant, but like, I think I like the way that it's using that perspective to try to show someone, hey, maybe you should care about this. Maybe, for a second, it's not about you. Maybe this is like an awful, ugly experience. It's scary to watch it, and like, but it's communicated in such a way that makes me feel like, um, maybe someone actually understands that empathy should be involved here. Trying to think about, hey, what does this person need? They're acting in this awful way. They're acting in this way that's scary to look at. Maybe something's going on that we should care about with them. And it really, like I've said before, it's cathartic. It's really cathartic the way he approaches this, even from the perspective of someone who has not experienced it. Assuming that the audience has not experienced it, it's still a cathartic approach to try to really underline the value of empathy,
Yeah,
even if you haven't felt it yourself.
yeah, I would agree with that. Also, the screaming scene, like, it's very reminiscent of, like, I don't know if anybody's familiar with primal scream therapy, where it's just letting it out as much as you can, like, just fucking just screaming at the existential horror of the fucking universe and your place in it. But it really, yeah, it's therapeutic in a lot of ways, and I think that Jan, you absolutely fucking nailed it. The other thing that I would add to that is that, like, I almost called him Keiichi. Ryukishi does an amazing job of showing that these things don't just affect, like, we have, especially horror, people who are into the horror space have a tendency to think that trauma only affects the people who went through it. But Ryukishi does an amazing job showing that trauma doesn't just affect, like, CSA doesn't just affect the people that went through it. It affects the entire, like, line of people that care about them, and everybody is affected and touched and devastated. And it's when this kind of thing happens, it's not a singular event. It's not like a contained thing. It just spreads, and it's bad. And one of the things that I want to do with my work going forward is kind of highlight this, and how when we attribute these things to a single person, and when we try to, not get away with, but, like, when we try to contain this kind of situation to a single person or a couple people, it's not real. It's not holistic. It's not realistic. It's not good for anybody, because we live in a society that wants to shove these things away. We don't want to talk about it. Psychological trauma in general, are things that we should not feel worried about talking about. These are things that we should be openly talking to everybody about, because we are all going through something. Some of us, like, way more than others, but it fucking kills me that we don't feel like we can just be open and honest with this kind of thing, that we can't just, like, I don't know. For me, it's also proving that you fucking give a shit, and I fucking give a shit. I want to.
I think that building off of that, a big theme with this arc in general is one of the big things that I think that Keiichi really touches upon is what is the entire community's responsibility to this child. It is not just the individuals. It's not even just the government stepping in. It really ought to be what is the responsibility of all of the people are surrounding this child, this whole community, this entire village? Like, there are resources there to make sure that this shouldn't be happening, and none of them are being utilized because, for any one person, it seems like it may be too much of a burden. And I think that the whole saying of "it takes a village" really kind of hits maybe a little too on the nose here, but with regards to Satoko's situation, I feel like the solution really would have been easier if a community were to come together and realize that this was a situation, rather than just kind of letting this child kind of be left to the wayside. Because, I mean,
Yeah.
as they say, like, she's just freeloading off of Rika. She doesn't really actually have a legal guardian at this situation, like in this situation whatsoever.
Right.
Nobody ever stepped up to take care of Satoko. No adult ever thought that this was a problem to begin with, which was a huge problem. They were just like, well, it works, so we're just going to turn a blind eye to it. And now that the situation has changed, there's nothing we can do about it.
Right. And that's where I feel like Ryukishi's like previous work as a social worker has come through. I don't know about y'all, but I feel a deep dissatisfaction coming through this work. I feel with the
Oh yeah.
the
Yeah.
child, or the way that children are sort of treated in Japan. In when does this take place? 1980.
1983.
83.
83.
There
Okay.
were a lot. There's so much to say, and I could
Yeah.
provide so many primary documents. This has made me research so much about both like this time period in Japan and America, because America and Japan are deeply intertwined, I would say, in the 70s and 80s. And a lot of the same conservative issues, mistreatment of children, parallel a lot with the Reagan era. So there's very, very interesting ideas that we can learn a lot from, even as Americans.
I love what Bob and Meow Troid mentioned about like the sense of like community and the kind of isolation that you can see Keiichi going through. Because like in the beginning of the arc, you can see that they are a community.
Yeah.
They are a community that like they're not that solid yet, but they're going on that path. But then, Keiichi starts unraveling because of Satoko's situation. And you can see him retreat into himself. And that is like explicitly linked to him stopping caring about the community. He only really thinks about, oh, I'm going to do this one thing and then everything will go back to normal.
Yeah.
And instead of like he's so simple about it that he doesn't even see the simplicity that is like, just I'm gonna take care of my friends and go through things with them together and just be there for them in case anything happens. And he doesn't do that. He just like he starts internalizing everything and it starts to snowball into paranoia and fear and this murder spree revenge thing that he has going on in his brain,
Which is fucking
just,
metal.
like,
But
so,
Yeah.
yeah, so and it's like it's so linked to like the trauma that reverberates, and he's being affected by that trauma and he's not realized it yet. And so instead of like seeking community to seek healing and to go through that situation in a healthy way, he just retreats into himself and starts thinking that, oh, maybe if I just kill this guy, everything will go back to normal. But it's the moment where he thinks that that is the answer. It's when his fate is basically sealed.
Yeah, I do like in the later scene where both him after he gets Satoko out of the tub, they're just talking, and you can slowly see Satoko just like I don't know how to phrase this. Like lose her, like she starts being really basically like, you are a murderer, and it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
no, that's exactly right. He is a murderer. That was
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
even
is
though
broken
he doesn't
heart.
have the body, but if you like, that's the other thing that was interesting to me about this is like how perception plays into like Ryukishi's idea of reality, and that this act, Keiichi doesn't necessarily think of himself as a murderer until like he like realizes the ramifications of like how, his viewpoint on this whole thing. Like largely, I think that he was looking. I think that you know what? Maybe we're going too fast, going too far on this one. I was going to talk about what's his name? Hold on. I keep wanting to call him Coach Irie.
Irie.
When Keiichi's talking to Irie, and like the whole point, like when he reveals to Irie about like, yeah, I killed him. I fucking killed him. And then Irie is like, puts a hand on his shoulder and says like, you thank you for protecting Satoko. I think that is the thing that a lot of people who commit these crimes, who commit crimes of passion like that want. And it's like, you have that moment in the middle of everything going to shit. Like,
Yeah.
and then, that plays into the paranoia, and that's why he feels so betrayed when he goes out and when he overhears. Oh, he doesn't go out because he does in the anime. He stays in the room and he overhears them through a cracked door in the SN. But yeah, it's just I really like. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm really sorry. There was something that I really wanted to bring up because everyone is talking about community and the issues in terms of how people aren't helping Satoko. And there's a really interesting idea that Ryukishi constantly touches on, and this is the idea of like the bad victim or the ideal victim. This idea that victimhood and the reality of it, whether it's actually considered abuse or trauma or whether or not maybe Satoko deserves it, is dependent upon how well that victim is seen by society. Like Nils Christie has this fantastic essay called like about the ideal victim, where it's like it has to be someone completely blameless. It has to be someone who's well looked upon, like someone who's white or someone who's like an old lady, a baby, and things like that. Where Satoko has she technically lied about being abused years ago, as we find out.
Yep.
And that is a huge reason of why everyone denies her. When in reality, like she was very traumatized already, even at that point in her life. Like that stepfather may not have been hitting her. It isn't a traditional perception of trauma because Satoko is not able to verbalize her problems. But because of that, because she shows a very atypical response, because she acts out, she causes all these traps in a way to communicate or try to make jokes. Everyone ends up in town with this incredibly bad perception of her. I believe in this chapter, they even mention Mion started the club for Satoko and her brother. And that speaks even more to like the only thing that they could do to protect her from when they started being taken in by the aunt and uncle was that, because people in town hate the Hojos. They look upon them badly.
Yep.
So Satoko, she's just collateral damage. And I find that exploration of how victims are erased. I thought that, like the statistics were technically kind of low in that one part, but that's because most victims go unnoticed because like rape convictions or actual sort of like reports very low in Japan because very often they're discounted. And Satoko's narrative speaks so well to that. And I think it's incredibly interesting that she is a flawed victim. She has technically lied in the past, but that doesn't mean that people should mistreat her, but they do.
And I think that that's the highlighting of Keiichi and his visceral reaction to what is happening to her is really important for this story, because without him, the avenue for rage is like, you know, outside the text. And I think that it's really important to have everybody in this story have like a way of empathizing with them and understanding what they're going through, while also maybe having them be a little bit flawed. Except, you know, obviously Rena is a fucking perfect queen. Like, you know, I stand. But
Truly fucking
I'm glad
queen.
you've come around and realized
Like,
this.
she's the mascot of the series for good reason.
Rena's the fucking shit. Like, oh man, I wasn't completely on board. Holy fucking shit, these last 2 arcs. Oh my God. Rena, please. Rena, love you. Anyway, Rena, you're the best. Especially she was like the first person who kind of, I streamed it, and I wasn't feeling Oishi very very much. The first time I saw him, I was like, okay, you're a cop, fuck cops, but I don't know, you give kind of a small town detective vibe. I like me some Columbo, like let's go. And then he very obviously tries to manipulate Keiichi to fucking go into Mion/Shion's fucking house to like have something happen so that he can bust the doors down. And Rena's like, you fucking what? What are you fucking doing? You fucking manipulative pig? And I'm like, oh my God, you're the best. Rena, you're the best. Oh God. Anyway,
maybe she hates cops because of that time she destroyed the school, and maybe they really mistreated her there. And she's like, I don't have a reason to trust you. You didn't protect me, so whatever.
Oh, it's weird how lived experience influences character actions in this. That's what's fucking, fucking wild.
Imagine that.
One thing I really like, especially after reading these 3 chapters, is like Keiichi in the first chapter is like, oh, I'll work with Oishi, and then the second one he's like not really fond of him, and then this one he's like, I fucking hate him.
The Keiichi straight up fucking nearly says ACAB in this one, like holy fuck.
Yeah,
to the point where he gets physically fucking abused by Oishi in a way where Oishi specifically avoided giving him bruises, which I'm trying to figure out if that's like a subtle hint that like there's some sort of regenerative power of the town that's like causing people to like have their I was about to say have their heels wounded, have their wounds healed, or he's just really good at hiding physical abuse. Like, oh, it seems like a thing that a cop would fucking fall into. Anyway.
I think it's the just coming from my perspective, I think it is the latter, because you do hear the way that Irie talks about it. Irie says that just means that he's used to doing this.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think that there's a decent chance that Oishi's that they're familiar that way.
True.
I'd estimate the odds are like 40%, but that's out of nowhere.
Yeah, no, if you look up 40% and cops, I think you might get the info you need.
By the way, I just remembered a question that I have for you, Gail. The statistics that are shown during that scene, the child assault statistics, I am assuming that they're real. Are they accurate to that time period?
I don't know if it's specifically at that time period, but yes, he is pulling from like actual statistics. I don't know if it's specific to like a prefecture or the like if it's like specific to like the city or prefecture that he lived in, but that he had access to.
Dude,
but,
we talk a lot about games being art and like, you know, what that means and all that kind of thing. This is art. Like I don't say that to be like, oh, this is like it's really, really good. I say that because there is a communication that is happening here that is so that is incredibly well done, well formulated, immediately gets you to understand what Rikishi's going for. This is the main reason why I say that. Like this is next level shit. This is that scene in and of itself is like for that could be like its own short story and be one of the fucking absolute best short stories, because it's just the way that it shoves it in your fucking face. I feel like a lot of games these days are mining the DSM-5 for like content. Like they're like, oh, what fucked up trauma can we portray in our game to be, edgy and fucking, oh, how fucked up can we get? Whoa. And it's very often like people, this might not be an elegant way of putting it, but I feel like a lot of the time horror is a haunted house. And it's all this like trauma tourism bullshit, and people are going into these houses and being like, oh, wow, look at all this shit. And then they leave and completely forget or don't even realize that there are people living in the haunted house, that there are real people who are dealing with this shit, and that it's so fucking fucked up to not recognize that. And to have Rikishi just straight up shove it in your face is so, oh man, that's a gut punch right there. I'm sorry, I keep going off on that. It's just so fucking well done. It's so well done.
Something that I also find incredibly admirable is like he explicitly mentions later in the series like characters being diagnosed with things. Like it's not just, it is like obviously there is subtext, and that subtext is important because many times people can't get diagnosed, but he talks about characters who do get explicitly diagnosed and sometimes misdiagnosed even.
Yes.
I think we've already had some of that.
Medication.
Yeah.
And how hard it can be he understands mental illness so well. And as I'm sure many people know, like Japan does treat mental illness very badly. Like for instance, ADHD, like I think only Ritalin is the only legal option, for instance, as a medication. Everything else is illegal.
Yeah, I think that's like a World War II, the terms, like it's still there from the like outlawed certain things for being like a certain type of drug. They're like, no. And it's still out despite the fact that it's like a certain form of it, which is not the same.
Mm-hmm. And there are endless like issues in terms of how things are diagnosed. There's still a lot of things that are considered mental illnesses that are more like neurodivergence, and even then like things that are just not reasonably diagnosed at all. And it's very powerful, his consideration for that. Like he knows his shit about mental illness.
I'm in the middle of researching for unknown reasons. I'm moving my eyes left to right really quickly.
We're not legally allowed to talk about that anymore.
No,
Can't specify the reasons. It's a
Silent Hill 3
non-disclosure
video essay.
There we go.
I have such strong feelings about like Claudia and Heather's relationship. I'm sorry, I love Silent Hill 3. I know some people don't, but I think that even that could have huge influences on Umineko.
My only gripes with it are purely from a pacing perspective. Everything else is like, I totally get it. But like,
it's probably my second favorite Silent Hill game.
Oh,
the original trilogy. They're so beautiful. They're such beautiful games. All three of them.
Really,
I'll throw the Room in there too. I like that one, even if most people don't.
No, I'll fucking stand up for the Room.
No,
I'm right there with you.
It's really funny is that people spent years talking about how bad Silent Hill 4 was, and then
one of them
and shit dropped, and they were like, "Hey, we were too mean to you."
Hey, we didn't know how good we had it. Like it's the same thing with the Silent Hill movie. Like everybody was like, "This movie sucks ass," and then fucking Shred came out, and it was like, actually, the first movie isn't that bad.
Sometimes you just have to climb into a hole, man.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, you gotta climb in that hole. See what's on the other side. What's on the other side of that hole?
I'm in a scary.
Oh, it's a dead woman.
Signalis starts with climbing into the Silent Hill 4 hole. It's always scary. I love it.
Yeah. And I will say this, just as sorry, Indestructible Cat, but this merits being said. This merits cutting you off. Silent Hill 4 is the scariest Silent Hill. I'm just putting it out there.
I agree.
Truth. Like that was my first Silent Hill when I was like 11, maybe.
Oh,
rough time to start.
Did I tell this story here? My first experience with Silent Hill was Silent Hill 2 because me and my cousin were staying over at his mom's house, my aunt's. And she had like 2 PS2s in her house, one in like a kid's room, one in her room. And so she had like a stack of games for the kids and a stack of games in her room for, the adults games and whatever.
Oh.
And we'd sneak in there sometimes and just pick stuff out because you were a kid.
Oh.
And I remember we're both like 10 or something at this point. And I saw Silent Hill 2 in there. And I swear to God, we took it back, not realizing it was a horror game for the stupidest possible reason. I the font or whatever on the cover, like the logo font, reminded me of Siphon Filter.
Very similar. Yeah, no, I can see. Yeah, being a
Green
kid
kind of
thinking that,
sci-fi font. Looks like it. It's got the jagged lines. It's clearly the same type of game.
If you look at Silent Hill from the side, that could probably be Siphon Filter. I feel it.
This is the last time anyone's mentioned Siphon Filter in 10 years.
Yeah. Oh man, I completely forgot. But you saying it viscerally like conjured the logo in my brain, because I don't know anything about Siphon Filter except the logo. That's it.
It's like a stealth-ish third-person shooter thing. I don't remember it very well. I remember being okay. I didn't even play that game much when I was a kid. It's just that I recognized it, and I remembered running around for hours with the taser and setting people on fire because the taser is hilarious in that game.
Hell yeah. But I did the reason why I mentioned the thing that shall not be mentioned is because I'm doing research on mental illness in Poland, and it's bad. It's a real bad situation, y'all, and it's really fucking sad. And yeah, and that's why I'm particularly right now I'm really sensitive to like the stories that treat the mental illness with the nuance, quite frankly, that it deserves, and the understanding and empathy that it needs. And yeah, people sometimes they might not realize this, but like the way that I view certain games is more of an extension of how we're feeling in our own specific societies. Like, if you come out with a game that is really shitty towards people with mental health, I don't see that as like a one-off thing. I don't see that as like, especially if it's made by a bunch of people. At any point in that process, someone could have stepped in and said, "Hey, I don't know about this. But no one did. And that says something. That says that there is a blindness. There is a willful blindness to this issue. And it is so goddamn refreshing to play this game. And I can't thank Ryukishi enough. Like, to be honest, I'm reading some of this shit and it is just fucking, like, there was a point in there where I was really fucked up about the shit that was going on with Satoko, and that fucking classroom scene, dude, that was a gut punch. It wasn't wholly out of nowhere. I kind of, based on the tips that I read, it was kind of like, oh no, this is the thing everybody was talking about, isn't it? And to see it, like, to actually go through it, it's just like, god damn it. There was a point when I was going through that where I was like, dude, is this what we really want? Is this what we like, this feeling of just like awful shittiness? But then, part of me was just like, no, this is the point. You need to feel this stuff. You need to realize that there are people like that are going through this, and this isn't just an isolated instance. And this is like, you need to internalize this and understand what is, it may feel shitty, but there's a purpose. There's a thrust. There's a reasoning behind it. It's not in here just to make you feel like shit, which is probably coming from all of my, time playing, let's say, other horror games. Anyway, yeah. Go ahead, Talsreal.
Kind of from my perspective, the murder was a relief. Like the murder sequencing, and even going in knowing that the murder was not really the right answer. It wasn't a true answer, and it was going to go south somehow. Although I certainly didn't predict it would go quite that south that way. But we'll get to that.
Yeah.
But the murder was a relief from the unrelenting despair and powerlessness of everyone not being able to do anything to help Satoko.
And I actually think that stepping out to a bigger picture, I get the feeling that as a piece, this arc by itself works perfectly just by itself. It doesn't even need the rest of Higurashi really to work as well as it does. But I think as a piece of the puzzle, as a piece of all of Higurashi, I think the point of this arc is to get into the mindset of what it's like to feel justified in murder. what it feels like to feel like you are justified in some very heinous, very awful, very visceral things, is so that you can come to a point where I think the idea is, some villain is definitely behind a lot of the shit that goes on in Hinamizawa. There clearly is a reason why they are doing it, and you can kind of get into that mindset a little bit of how they can come to that conclusion and why it's definitely not the right reaction, why things go south, how things go south, and how it's not the correct response.
Yeah, the thing that really overwhelmed me about that whole murder chapter, where we're really digging into like Keiichi kind of sussing out exactly how he's going to kill Teppei, it hit me toward the middle of it, where it was like, wait a minute, Arc 1 is all about, Keiichi succumbing to paranoia and defending himself, basically. And really kind of like seeing the murderers is like, oh God, what the fuck is going on with all these murders? I made that tweet where it's like chapter 1 and 2 are like murder. Oh God, there's so many murders. It's a murder mystery. Everybody's murdering. And then chapter 3 comes around and it's like, no, actually we have not only empathy, like understanding of people who are, tertiary to murder, but also, you know what? Let's dig into the perspective of the murderer real quick.
Yeah.
And getting you to actually empathize and understand why someone would do that. And that's bro, every time I load up one of these fucking arcs, it's always like, man, I'm ready for some shit. I'm ready for, give me that good shit. And Ryukishi is always delivering that good shit, to put it succinctly.
I think with Keiichi kind of focusing on like the retribution and the revenge, I think it might even be more about like him trying to assuage his own guilt of like his own feeling of powerlessness of like,
absolutely,
I wasn't able to prevent that from happening. I wasn't able to stop it. I couldn't make her not feel this way. So it's him trying to like grapple with that and feel like there's something I have to be able to do something. And clearly this is the most direct solution, as opposed to the very messy, the very long and complicated process of tending to her and helping her heal her wounds, if at all possible. Like that's a much more long-term solution. It's much harder to do.
Absolutely.
The short-term solution only takes 1,500 seconds.
Yeah. And literally, like, I'm glad that even though it's not the thing that I believe that, I really don't think Ryukishi is advocating for murder here, y'all.
No, we're joking. He's not saying go murder.
No. I'm being facetious. I'm being glib.
2.5 hours deep in the podcast is right about the time we should probably establish Ryukishi doesn't seem like a very pro-murder kind of guy.
No.
Even if murder makes you have a sick track in your brain.
Oh, we need to. Oh man. Okay. So everybody, think about murder for a second, and
you're gonna load it up.
This is exactly what I hear.
Yeah.
This is what's going on inside of Jigsaw's head all the time. For anyone who doesn't know, the joke here is that this is the track that plays when Keiichi gets the idea. He describes himself as like lifting out of himself and kind of disassociating from everything and being like
photo negative.
What's that?
Photo negative.
The photo negative, yep. And he's like describing himself from a bird's eye view and being like, you know what? Murder is justified. Let's do it. So yeah, I'll go ahead and fade that out. But the reason why I wanted to talk about that is because in the way that Ryukishi is writing this specific instance of a person wanting to murder another person, it's good to have this in there, even if that's not like, even if it's good to comment on this, because this is like kind of society's, like, I feel like this is the case. that this is society's like sort of go-to reaction to when something like this happens. You want, what is justified in this case? Like, even legally speaking, if you can be legally exonerated from a murder if you have really strong feelings and you just kind of snapped. So in this case, it's really powerful to have the sort of common denominator reaction to hearing about this and learning about this kind of thing happening to your friend, especially when it's heavily established that Keiichi is sort of becoming Satoko's nini, like becoming her brother. And Satoshi, I believe.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's just such a older brother move to like not really like think about the like sort of ramifications of what this action would be. And it's really good to portray this and also like simultaneously portray the negative, the bad aspects of this and how it's bad for the people that are directly affected by this. But yeah, so unless anyone else has anything to say, it's been like 3 hours, so we should probably move on to maybe something else. Not to diminish this discussion at all. I'm being glib again. This is really important. I'm really glad that we're talking about this.
I agree that a lot of that it's all super important to talk about, and I think we've spent a lot of time on it, and we could probably spend even more time on it.
Yeah.
We haven't touched on literally any of the actual mysteries.
Yeah, I have a whole list of
And that's
notes.
what
We
I
haven't got
wanted.
to any of
That's
them.
like what
He's
And
so
we'll
good here too.
I don't think
We have
mentioned them.
we will have great moments to talk about this more in future arcs.
I
Oh, we
agree,
will.
and I think
Okay.
that, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Even next
But for
arc, I
those
think.
of us who are blind, we can only talk about about it from our current perspective now, because in arc 4, arc 5, whatever, we will have gained additional information.
I think that the big thing that I don't know the answer to, and even having certain pieces that I don't know the answer to, I don't particularly know why it is that Keiichi does a murder and then the next day the guy is walking around just fine.
Yeah,
And
or
his
supposedly.
friends think that he's been in 2 places at once.
The thing that I will say about that, okay, so absolutely, like Keiichi did a murder. Like he a murderer. He murdered. He murdered a man and threw him into a pit and buried the corpse. That is established. Like, that is a thing that happened. He goes back to dig it up, and then, oh man, that creepy ass scene with Oishi and the fucking guys coming out of the woods, the cops, and like, hey, what? Keep digging that hole. We want to see what's in that hole. And it is okay. And I just watched the anime to kind of refresh myself. In the sound novel, is it described that the hole that Keiichi's digging up is the same hole, or is it just? I feel like in the sound novel, you didn't really get a good sense of whether that was the actual hole that he dug previously, or if that was like he just missed where he actually dug the hole.
And
I think
it's
the
very
sound
clear
novel
that
confirms it.
yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, I think that the sound novel takes actions to confirm that it is very much the same hole, because they describe that the ground has been softened, that it had been dug before.
That's how they do it in the anime as well. So,
and more importantly, that they make sure that they dig far enough down that not only do they find the pipe that Keiichi definitely didn't get down to before, but they also get down far enough that the police that take over after Keiichi starts falling over, that they say, yeah, the ground got harder. He didn't dig this far before.
So, yes, absolutely. So if that's confirmed, I was already assuming that was kind of the case. So here's the thing that I'll say. I'll just throw this out there. Let's see how we feel about it, except the people who know what's going on continue to fuck with us.
So it's just us 3 in this room right now.
Okay. So for Meowtroid and Talsreal, is it ever confirmed? Do we ever see Tepe after he's murdered?
After he's been buried. we never see him.
We
no.
never get visual confirmation. So here's the idea
For
that I propose.
For values of we that mean Keiichi, is that right?
Yes.
We're talking about we from the perspective of the person reading the visual novel.
Yes. Yes.
From Keiichi's point of view, we as in, like, it's never, Keiichi never says, oh, there's Teppei. Like, he never actually sees him up and about.
Right. We hear about him in a tertiary sense. He exists on the like after his murder, he exists on the sort of periphery. Here's my thing. The ways that we confirm that he exists are purely through Satoko and the fact that she said that he was there. But when we go to the house, he's not there. That's when that awful scene of Satoko being in the fucking tub counting to like 10,000.
Oh, God.
10,000, yeah.
Yeah, that was fucking awful.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah.
That one's right up there with the fucking classroom scene for me. Is just, oh, I need to stare blankly into a wall for a little while to resituate myself.
Yeah, and Keiichi's a dumb fucking idiot sometimes, but I'm right there with him when he's like running around that fucking house looking for Teppei to fucking bash him in the head with a fucking bat.
Yeah, I was
and
also right. I was also like...
just smashing everything, which, hey, similar to something that, Rena did. Right when he was doing that, I'm like, he's doing the Rena thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm glad you pointed it out, because if you didn't, I would have.
yeah. He broke all of the windows in the house with the baseball bat the same way that Rena did. Yep.
I wonder if that has something to do with reflection. I wonder if that has something to do with them seeing, like, I'm still going with infection theory. I'm still going there. I think something's going on. I think people are being infected with something that makes them hyper paranoid. And when they succumb to that paranoia, they kind of go crazy, which would also be when Rena started talking about the Oyashiro's curse, and she was like, kind of, her eyes were going fucking nuts, and then Mion had to smack the shit out of her, like not even smack, like punch her, like closed fist fucking punch Rena to get her out of that shit. I think that's what was happening. She was succumbing to it. Her eyes were turning different because she's infected with something that's making her kind of fall into that really easily. And this arc made me think that, wait, she's been infected ever since she transferred back. She probably had this exact same infection when she was smashing those windows, which would mean that, is everybody in this town infected? Every single person?
Here's my theory that kind of piggybacks off of your theories,
Okay.
plural. So I personally am thinking that I was talking to Kat about this. I don't know, and I genuinely don't know if this was ever told to me or not, so I never got spoiled on this, whether or not the quote-unquote volcanic gas that kills the entire town was actually volcanic gas or was man-made in some way and was an issue.
Shit! Shit!
I also don't know if that gas might be the quote-unquote infecting thing that is causing issues.
I think when that happened, I didn't know if we were going to get there. I think that was the government covering it up. I think that was the entire idea for why they wanted to do a dam in the first place. I think that they were trying to cover this up, but then I think that also that's kind of why I said that thing about Keiichi's parents. I think that they're in on it. That's why they keep going out, because they're going out and maybe getting treated for it and then coming back.
Oh,
like maybe. Go ahead.
I have a lot more theories about the gas stuff, but I feel like it comes up more in the next arc, so I'm not going to go too much into it now because there's like some little bits of pieces of information. Kat kept watching me in real time flip flop between my theory.
Yeah, I've got a theory that's I proposed it in the Higurashi chat, and I got nothing but like thinking emojis. So I don't know whether I'm onto something or not, but it's a theory that kind of explains the rebooting of each arc.
Mhm.
And I think it's proven by the Higurashi. I think it's proven by the cicadas. So, okay, I guess I'll just go into it because we're like 3 hours into this
Yeah.
shit. Fuck it.
Please.
I think that we aren't time traveling. And I'd like to really quick take credit for fucking calling the part where Keiichi says a just God wouldn't allow this shit to happen. Fuck you, Oyashiro Sama. Like, fuck you.
I'm the one who decides the curse this year. It's me.
It's me. And then he curses everybody and it works. That's some fucked shit. Oh, man.
Wait, did I send you the screen cap of my favorite quote from the entire arc? Yeah, I did. Thanks for giving me the psychic power to kill people whenever I want.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, man, that's funny. But yeah, like, so my theory is kind of, okay, so we've got a shit ton of mysteries. That's why I'm like, I don't know if you can really spoil this shit, man. Because there are so many things that are just like all over the place. Like, what's the Yakuza doing? Why are they involved? How is the Sonozaki clan involved with it? Or S group? I love S group. How are the cops involved with that? Because I don't think they are. I think everybody's. Here's my theory. Also, Oishi is also infected. He's also like, I seriously think everybody in this story is infected, save a couple people, a few people here and there. Oishi's like disappearance at the end of this arc, along with his actions, he's deeply paranoid. I think that is proven throughout the story so far, and given his increasingly drastic actions from arc to arc, I think that he is kind of he's fucked up. He's a fucked up man, and he's getting progressively more fucked up. But anyway, I digress. So to your point of like, you know, going many different ways with your story. Here's my theory. The time. So up until now, we've reset time going into these arcs, right? And I'm fully willing to be wrong on this. Please, you know, point out holes in my theory because I want to figure this shit out.
Yeah.
I don't think there is actually a time skip happening, a time rewind happening. I think based on the weather patterns in this arc, along with the cicadas stopping and being silenced at the end of this arc, proves that time is still continuing for everybody in this town. But for some reason, their memories are either being erased or they are forgetting what's happening. And I think that can be borne out by a couple different things. I think that many of the physical stuff may be a byproduct of the government experimenting on them by resetting clocks and calendars and things like that. I think that also it explains why, without getting too this is all in an effort to avoid the spiritual aspect, and say that Oyashiro is actually a freaking god who's cursing people and is a god that if you complain to, he will rewind time so that you can save your friends. I think that what is happening is actually like people kind of being fucked up by this infection, but also
getting into some Professor Layton, Professor Layton-esque starting to get into those kinds of twists. I don't know if you've ever played those games.
No, I haven't. But
the follow-up question in that: do you think later arcs would be like taking place in fall or winter of 1983?
I think that they would keep continuing, but the answer arcs take place in conjunction. So it's basically like you have arc 1, right, question arc, and then you maybe have, because I remember at the end of the party thing, it's Shion's perspective. So I think that is meant to, like, they debut. It was really goofy where it was like Keiichi and Shion on the phone together, being like, "Do you want to announce it?" And I was like, "Are they getting married? What the fuck is going on?" and they both say together like, "Oh, Shion's going to be the main character for the question arcs," And I'm like, oh shit. So maybe what's going to happen is everything that happened in this arc is canonical. Everything happened. But now we get Shion's perspective layered on top of that. So everything's the same. We're just going back in time to see Shion's perspective of everything that's happening. And Shion's got a better idea of what's actually going on.
I will say that my main objection to your theory would be that it would have to assume that people who've never been in Hinamizawa wouldn't be infected, and I feel like those people would notice. So the people that are in the neighboring city, for instance.
What if they do notice? What if that's the reason why those people in the neighboring town ganged up on those outsiders? What if this is all a fucking like government fucking conspiracy thing where the government knows what's going on and everybody who's stationed in Hinamizawa is like affected and everyone around them kind of understands that like, hey, that shit, stay away from them. Don't let outsiders in. And that's why the people ganged up on those bikers.
Okinawa is one of those FBI fake towns.
Yeah, exactly. This whole series could be an X-Files. You can rebrand it to X-Files.
Okay.
But yeah, the other thing that I was saying that I was getting to is I'm also trying to solve. I'm doing the thing that I do where I start with the solution and work back. So the thing that I'm working back from is how the fuck did Keiichi remember, if these are all reboots, right? If these are all, every single time an arc happens, does time get rewound? There are multiple fucking times where people can either read Keiichi's mind or Keiichi remembers people's names, the people he has never met before. In this arc, it is called out where Keiichi specifically says, oh, it's Oishi. Wait, how did I know his name? I've never met this guy before. And then it just continues like nothing happened. There are also times like it keeps happening where people know like the joke is that people know what Keiichi is thinking because it's written on his face. And I can't tell if that's just a goofy fun haha hee hee joke or if it's because they've done this before and they know that like it's like the facade of the time rewind thing is breaking down because people have ingrained memories, subconscious memories of doing this shit over and over again, potentially explaining how Keiichi was in two places at once on the festival day. On
So
Watanabe.
people
I
were
was going to ask you about
different
that.
memories. Yeah, people were having the one set of memories imposed upon the other set. Yeah.
Because remember, what Tanagashi, that the events that they were describing were literally the events of Arc 1. They were the exact events, like down to getting the bear for Rena.
Boer.
Wonderful Boer.
I just rewatched that stream. I'm sorry.
I'd like to raise a point of order there.
Okay.
So for as far as the
court recognizes Teller's real.
I'm calling them echoes because I am thinking more time distortion-y, but the one thing that I want to raise as far as Watanagashi, Keiichi's echo, he does the Arc 1 stuff as we would expect it, but Arc 2 is not as we expected. Arc 2, he tells Shion to buzz off.
Buzz off like a cicada?
That's someone who learned from Arc 2.
Sorry, you said buzz off and I said buzz off like a cicada and then did shifty eyes. Buzz. Yeah, it's interesting. I like the idea of echoes. Also, it occurs to me that another way that they could have had Keiichi in two places at once is if the government... Okay, so there's the big mystery of Satoshi. What the fuck happened to Satoshi, right? I called originally that Satoshi, like, I have a thing in my notes where I'm like, Keiichi, God damn it, can you seriously not see that, you know, he kept being like, oh, Satoshi's a piece of shit. I can't believe that stupid asshole. He left Satoko. And I'm like, you motherfucker, he got offed, man. He got like, either got offed or something. He got disappeared. Something fucking happened to him where he was in the middle of buying the fucking toy for Satoko, and then he either got by the government, by the fucking Yakuza, by anybody who had a fucking problem with, because apparently this entire fucking town has a problem with the Hojos. Like, that also plays into the more like larger aspect of like, if this really is an infection that's caused, and I think even if it's proven that there isn't an infection, I'm going to be an infection theory person, because it makes so much sense. It changes how their fucking eyes look. That you can't tell me that that's like not like a sign. That's not like it's like, what's the word? It's a hint. There's something going on there. It's a clue. Yeah, like Blue's Clues. You're familiar.
Like Blue's Clues.
I want to do a joke. If I ever decide to do a Higurashi video, I'm absolutely putting in a Blue's Clues joke.
What you got to do the entire time is be wearing Steve's shirt from Blue's Clues.
I actually, at my studio, at my office, I could totally recreate the Blue's Clues like set. And I'll take the same exact background. I'll wear it. That'd be fucking fun.
I do want to put forward my own theory, and this is just coming from the perspective of thinking of this as time travel. I can't go into too much about my theories with why Keiichi was in two places at once, because a lot of my theories hinge on some information that is spoilers. So, like, one of the only other spoilers that I know. But I will say that my theories regarding certain other things, for instance, the Yakuza's involvement, I think that really the killing of Teppei's lady friend is that is the reason that he came back to town. And really, Keiichi kind of said it best. It's like, none of this would have happened if Teppei didn't come back. So clearly, Teppei coming back to town set in motion a chain of events that clearly led down this path. So something about that is important. Something about Teppei being in town is important. And personally, I think that if we were playing a visual novel in the more traditional sense with choices, we avoided Rena's arc, we avoided Shion and Mion's arc. Now we're down to Satoko's arc. All right, what's the next? Keiichi narrowly navigated all of these, failures. What's the last thing that has to happen? And the after party even says as much. The after party straight up mentions what they think the perfect timeline would be. The perfect timeline would involve
and I wouldn't say that I would actually I'd follow you down that route, because actually it's to give your theory further fuel. There multiple times in the after parties they've also kind of mentioned this whole experience as like a game, and so the perfect run fits into that, where it's like we might actually go back and try to, get, S rank or fucking any percent run this whole series of events. And that'd be cool. I'd like to see a happy ending for all these folks. Right now for me, I'm just I'm really deep in my I'm really on my own bullshit about like how the spiritual stuff doesn't play into this. All of the stuff has a rational explanation. All of it.
Since it wasn't brought up, I do wonder what all of you think about Rika's death.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up as well. But
that was shocking. That was shocking as fuck. Once they started talking about the crows, I'm like, I've played the Long Night. Or I know what happens when crows are around. That's a dead body. It's Rika. Fuck. That was sad. The anime was treated that death and also getting Satoko from the bath very weird. Very weird. Very strange.
Very not fond of those.
Nope. I don't fucking know. She definitely got ritualistically someone who's familiar with the ritual definitely did something to her.
Oh, I was going to bring up another thing. I think that Irie committing suicide is because he knew that the gas was coming to kill everybody.
I think he committed suicide because he was driven to paranoia, just like everybody else has been consistently throughout the story. I think if you look at it from everybody's
suspicious of Irie. I'm sorry.
I mean, he is creepy as shit. Like, what the fuck are all these comments about Keiichi's smooth skin? Like, what are you doing, dude? Anyway, kind of weird. I don't know. Maybe if I had unusually smooth skin, like a fucking turtle shell, like, I don't know. Maybe it would be fun to touch it and people would be commenting and stuff. But I don't know. It just seems kind of unwarranted and weird. Also, we need to talk real quick about Irie fucking talking about marrying Satoko. That was a little weird. That was odd.
Fuck that dude.
If I
Irie-
may... Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Go for it, Gail.
Irie is the Sin Eater. He absorbed all of the anime dimension into himself. And when he dies, we will finally be purged of the weird shit.
Finally.
I do want to say, and probably related to what Gail's about to say, I think it's supposed to be, he clearly, like, when he's serious, he clearly treats her more like a parent. So I think it's more of a joke, but Gail probably will elaborate more.
I was going to bring up, so Ryukishi writes afterwards for every one of the manga. And in one of them that is dealing pretty heavily with Irie, I don't remember which arc, Ryukishi explains that, like, the whole reason that he wrote Irie the way he did was because he pictured Irie as someone, and I do not think this excuses some of the weirder writing, but Irie is someone who's always trying to make jokes for the sake of making Satoko feel like nothing's wrong. So kind of like the opposite of how Keiichi acts, where he gets really frustrated. Irie is always trying to make Satoko feel calm so she can act more normally to how she does.
Hence his reaction to him screaming and having a huge problem right in front of her. Yeah.
And again, like, I think it's very flawed writing. I think the most recent adaptation, Higurashi Go, handled Irie much better because it framed a lot of his stuff more casual, much more clearly like a dry joke. Because when he mentions marrying Satoko, he is like, "Oh, don't tell me you're after her hand too. I've been at this for decades." And Keiichi's like really stupid, and he's like, "Satoko's like 11. How'd you do this for decades?" And again,
I see. Okay, yeah.
It's not good. I don't like him talking about the maid stuff. I don't like him talking about his smooth skin. There's some other jokes a bit later. I don't like. Not excusable, but he had good intent. Ryukishi had an intent that I think is in good faith, despite how it comes across.
And that's kind of my read on it now. Like, going back to some of the other the earlier stuff, like, I can understand, like, there is a thrust here that really is trying to be empathetic and understanding. And I think when it falters, it's important to acknowledge that. It's important to acknowledge Keiichi talking about Rika and wanting to marry her and, like, imagining her, and then the whole, oh God, the Arc 2 chest scene. And just remembered that one. Anyway, I'm gonna not. It's fun. It's fun. Higurashi is is told,
land of contrast.
So I was literally, God damn it.
You have the same reference pool. I'm so sorry.
No worries. We're just simpatico in that way. But yeah. So. Okay, so the thing that I was saying with Satoshi, now here's a really crazy theory. You want a really crazy theory? I'll give you a really crazy theory.
Go for it.
What if the government dressed up Satoshi, who is currently alive and outside of Higurashi, to look like Keiichi, so that he could be a fucking CIA plant? Anyway.
I will say that my theory does involve, I do believe somebody is impersonating Keiichi.
Interesting. Okay, so here's the other thing that I was going with Teppei's death, with Teppei's murder. Death. He just died. We don't know why. We have no idea why.
It's a mysterious death.
It's mysterious.
His head just did that.
His head just did that. I can't believe, oh man, you ever walk around and your head just caves in? Sometimes I fall on some bullets too. It's weird. But yeah, the the thing that I was talking about with that, okay, so there are two things that are happening here that might be possibilities. One is the spiritual aspect of like, okay, hear me out. If we want to go the spiritual route, if we want to go like the reincarnation thing, that would make sense for Teppei coming back to life, but it would also make sense for Keiichi to survive the volcanic gas. Because if he's dead in the middle of that rampaging everywhere and he's like in an incubation period, let's think about it in terms of like Superman, when a death of Superman, when he goes into, when he basically goes into a mental hyperbolic time chamber and just kind of disappear and then comes back later after he rejuvenates or something. Maybe it puts him into
in this analogy.
Like I just realized that what Keiichi does is kind of like a cicada. Anyway, what was that?
There a Mecha Keiichi in this analogy?
Oh my god.
Is this Volcano Doomsday?
Yes, absolutely. It's Mecha.
You know, if I'm not mistaken, I think they said that the gas traveled down the river. Isn't that right?
Yes.
They do,
Yeah, but
yes.
they said
He
that
was next to the river. I just want to point that out.
Yes.
No, they said specifically that Keiichi should have died
Yes.
if the gas came from where it came from.
There was a reporter at the very end who was like, actually, Keiichi, not to poke holes in your whole like, story, but yeah, the gas spread from basically exactly where you were, like right next to you, and it followed the river. So where you said you fell, you were in direct path, like nearly like dead center, like fucking event
Keiichi
zero.
farted.
Yeah, Keiichi farted. Keiichi was like, I wish everyone would die. Wah, wah, and then everybody. Oh man.
What I also love is just straight up like, also that reporter died.
Also, that
Yes.
reported drowned.
Remember, yeah, he was like, oh yeah, I killed that one lady whose name I forget. Always. Takano. I need to write that down. I killed that one lady with fire.
Also, I just want to, I want to point out one thing, a fun little detail here. It said that the day that Keiichi died was on November 30th.
Oh, happy death day to Keiichi.
That's today.
Oh shit! You can only post this. You can only post Keiichi's fucking death today.
Exactly 39 years ago.
R.I.P. Keiichi.
I want RIPs in the cat. I want RIPs in the chat for our boy Keiichi. He was a fucking idiot, but his heart was in the right place. Rip F. F. He did fail, didn't he? Press F to kill the town. Anyway, so there's clearly a government conspiracy, in my opinion, and actually, I would say that maybe the school being in a area that is mentioned a couple times, owned by the Forest Service. I think the Forestry Service is a fucking cover, and I think that hear me out. When Keiichi was thinking about doing the murder, and the forestry person runs in at the right exact time to open the door, I think this is like a fucking what was it called? It's like an experiment. It feels like an experiment. It feels like there are outside forces who are watching this situation happen and are gently pushing people into specific ways so that they can see what happens.
I think that a couple things. I think that Keiichi surviving the gassing, so to speak, is probably the reason why I don't think that the volcanic eruption was a natural disaster, and I think that it could have very well been a man-made disaster, because if he was able to, in that particular position, stay out of the path of it, then the most Occam's razor answer is that clearly it didn't travel down wherever he was. He didn't die from it. So It clearly must have originated somewhere else.
Yeah,
and
from the guns of the government that killed everybody in that town. The guns of the fucking patriots.
Shooting people with farts. Yes.
Yes. No. That's the thing. We don't see
fired from my gun.
We don't see the fucking bodies. Like, how do we know that they're not shot in the head? Example. We know that the people who are handling the bodies don't give a shit about the people. And if this were a natural disaster, you would have innate empathy with all of the people here. You wouldn't fucking throw their bodies around. And yet that's what these people do. That's what they do. They clearly don't give a shit. Hence, possibly implying that they were maybe the people who killed these people. Anyway, just saying. There's clearly an irreverence for the victims of this situation.
Yeah.
My follow-up there would be like, why wasn't Keiichi immediately killed if it was a government conspiracy?
Because he's infected and they want to test it, or the parents are in on it.
I think the other thing would be that there are other people around who are like not necessarily quote unquote in on it. So
absolutely. Yes, there are absolutely people who aren't in on it, or like there's like a general vibe of like, oh, we don't.
I think that at
we
the
don't
end,
talk
that's why
about.
Keiichi wasn't shot in the head, necessarily.
Yeah, I think that I also think that there might be an air of we can't. We need to figure out what is happening here so that we can fix it. So like there are clearly, I think that that's one of the reasons why Rika had the what is the name of it? I want to say file. What's that?
The syringe?
Yeah, the syringe. I think that syringe was proof that someone is trying to help here. And I also think that the way that things ended with Arc 1, I seriously think that Rena and Mion were trying to help Keiichi.
Lexi does ask a good question. Why do you think the gas incident only happened in this arc?
Yeah, I was going to point that out too.
I think
my theory is that it always did happen. We just never got to that point.
Yeah, this might be the reset, like, and how things are reset. It's the government coming in and gassing everybody. The other thing is that this has gone to its sort of natural conclusion, and there is that the people involved have run out of time to figure out a cure for what's happening, and that maybe a word is getting out, and the government's sort of cover up of what is happening in this town will be unveiled, and everybody will find out about it, and so they're killed to basically get rid of the evidence, with the exception of Keiichi, who I guess wasn't who managed to stay alive until he went to a place where if he was shot in the middle of like an area where everybody could see it, maybe that was a problem. I don't know. I have no idea. You can also hit me with the idea of like, well, if nothing spiritual, if nothing weird is happening, if no spiritual stuff plays a factor, like people die and then get resurrected. If this is continuing, how the fuck did Mion and Rena survive the end of Arc 1? They're dead.
Ursula Cat
What's that?
asks, Arc 2 lasted long after the gas incident would have occurred. I personally think that Rika's death is supposed to be quote unquote the trigger for the gassing. I think they mentioned that the idea behind it is that it's a miasma, like Oyashiro-sama's revenge, and that Rika's ritualistic sacrifice was supposed to be the trigger. So
didn't they say that Oyashiro-sama was like Rika at one point? Like Rika is the reincarnation of.
Yeah.
Yes, I have many thoughts about this, but I wanted Bob to be able to get his fully non-supernatural stuff out before we started visiting the supernatural.
True.
Sure. And now I'm naturally sort of going to the supernatural stuff, because what the hell like Rena and Mion, if my theory is correct, like you kind of have to have a fantastical element of like, okay, either they weren't dead and they were just like really, really fucked up. But either way, they're completely fucked up. They got smashed with the baseball bat in that scene. And then there's also, you know, the many people who died at the end of Arc 2. If this is continuing as one long line, that's that you base in order to believe that, you basically have to also believe that something is happening that is either reincarnating these people, cloning them, or something. Like, I don't know what. I don't know. This story doesn't feel like it would go sci-fi. It feels like it would go more spiritual. I haven't really seen anything science fiction-y in this at all, so it feels weird. But yeah, so let's go with some spiritual stuff. If you want to take that, Talsriel.
I will, in fact. So, what you brought up, one of the core issues that Rika's death, and Rika's death throws a lot of things into question, because I mean, Rika's death is one of the big thing. I mean, my current line of thinking is that a lot of the deaths are not Oyashiro's curse. Even if they're somehow supernatural, it's not Oyashiro's curse in a very large part because, well, we have the one tip that kind of establishes that Rika is either born an incarnation of Oyashiro, or maybe she's going to be an incarnation of Oyashiro, because very early on in Arc 3, Keiichi makes just a side comment, "Oh, you'll make a good wife one day," about her cooking, and she makes a comment, "Oh, I've got a close eye on my husband," or "I've got a lock on my husband," which is a very interesting statement, because pretty much from the start, there were basically 2.5 answers to who her husband could be. Number one with a bullet, Oyashiro, which, if we come from the incarnation thing, it could be that she's not yet the incarnation of Oyashiro, but some ritual could make her, cause her to assume Oyashiro's power mantle personality, and that. My other option was she might have a crush on, and yes, I've seen the chat, but I'll get my thought out in the meantime. The other thought was she might have had a crush on Satoshi, and I said 2.5 because she might transfer those feelings to Keiichi slightly, but Oyashiro's number one with a bullet, because that's the one that I think makes the most sense in the context. But
Yeah.
all
Go ahead.
All of that, I'd say, kind of leads into like the game's been framing it as Oyashiro's curse the whole time, but for I mean, if and in fact, the first after party, they're talking about Oyashiro's curse, and Rika interjects, "Hey, I'm Oyashiro's shrine maiden. I don't want to be worshipping an evil god." And now we come to this bit where, hey, maybe she's not just the priestess of Oyashiro, she might literally be Oyashiro. And we know she's manipulative and she's socially competent, and that there's a strong chance that would be her saying, "Hey, start off with that. I'm not the evil one, but I can't admit to all of that here." So, and one of the other things from a supernatural standpoint with the gas and killing the town, so I guess something I said on the last stream that I'm kind of trying to maintain under an appreciable strain is the supernatural exists and is involved, but didn't do the murders.
I like that.
Yeah,
like
I
that.
think that's my point of view.
which, like I said, that comes under an appreciable strain considering Keiichi going off and curse killing everybody, quote unquote, curse killing everybody, which is reasonably easy to write off for Irie. We don't know why he killed himself, but that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with
I'm 100%
with
convinced it's 'cause he knew that gas
Keiichi's
was coming,
anger.
but-
It makes sense.
Who is?
Go ahead.
Yeah, what was that? Who was the second person that Keiichi? Oh,
Oishi.
Oishi, yeah.
Oishi, and actually that Oishi was number 3 because the first one was Takano.
Remember that?
Which-
Yeah,
Oh,
Takano
yeah.
burned. Yeah, but I've still got my suspicions about that. I don't think she died. I think that
neither.
was a clever. I think that it's really interesting. Oh, also, did anyone else spot that Takano has a corpse in the back of her
Yep.
car?
Yep.
She there at one point it's mentioned that that there is a horrible smell about her, like a rotten smell, and I immediately was like, oh, so this is a Silent Hill 2 situation, huh? You gotta fucking driving around with a corpse around there, right? Anyway.
Let me just tweet at Masahiro to see if that one's correct or not.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
She also
let us know.
She also had Tomitake's bike.
Yep.
And was trying to say, you never saw that. That's not his bike. That's my bike.
I love her saying, we never saw each other tonight. We never saw each other tonight. Idiot. I know you need me to say this 3 times. We never fucking saw each other tonight. It was so fucking good. It was so
I
nice.
love it. And I just love him. I just love him going like, why? Why did we never see each other tonight? And she's just like, you're kidding, right?
I like my old notes in this section, which is just Takano is acting really sus.
Yeah, super sussy baka.
Only now though. She's been perfectly innocent up until this
Oh no, I
point.
love Takano. She's just out to fuck with Keiichi and probably everyone else in her life, and you know what? You gotta respect that. Yeah.
There are many girl bosses in this, but Takano takes the girl boss cake. That is, she is absolutely knowing what the fuck she is doing, and she is just taking corpses.
Fucking girl boss convention.
She runs that convention. Oh god,
one you go to get the signature of.
She's writing the checks, dude. But yeah, that Takano thing was super creepy. But it's also one of the reasons why I think that there's something outside of this that's happening, because it seems like she's coming into town and then leaving. She's coming in, leaving. And the one difference between Arc 1 versus Arc 2 and 3 is that we never find Takano. Takano was just missing in the first arc. And then in Arc 2 and Arc 3, they find her in a barrel. And it seems to me like Takano is someone who's existing on the periphery of this and is doing things at a specific time, because I feel like she's one of the people who's kind of testing things, who's like seeing something weird is happening with this town, has kind of realized something about it, and is traveling to it at certain key moments. And then, because she always seems like she knows what the fuck is up. And she's also a nurse, and I think she was the nurse in the original, she was the nurse who gave Keiichi the shot in the first arc. She understands like the human body, I'm assuming, and maybe even underselling that fact. She might really know way more about what is physically happening to these characters than anybody else. And I think that she is making the trek there and then doing something and having a lot of fun killing her kind of sort of on again, dead again boyfriend.
I do like
really
in the
love
after
this
party.
phrasing.
I love in the after party when Tomitake is like, "Why am I the?
He's
why
like,
do I die every single time?"
He's like, I'm dead again.
That was actually going to be my follow-up question. How like Tomitake's death figures into all of your theories?
That's the thing for me, is that Tomitake's death is always tied to Takano, and so it's mysterious. It's also one of the main things that's consistent throughout this. Like Tomitake dying is like a clear mark, and even in the after show, the after party, Tomitake, like they all point out, hey, the one consistent thing about this is not only Watanagashi but also Tomitake's death. And in the last two arcs, suddenly it's also Takano's death. So I think that someone in the chat actually asked me, asked everybody, what is different about arc 3 that would cause the government to kind of come down on everything versus what happened at the end of arc 1 and arc 2. Now, deep down, I do wish that this is a time travel thing, because I like time travel stories, and I also like the idea that we will see a good ending for these characters, because that's all I want for them. But the difference for me is Teppei. Teppei was a wholly unknown factor up until this arc. Teppei is also an outsider. He's not privy to what is happening in this town and what is going on with the infection and whatnot. So Teppei coming in, getting killed, and then presumably fucking getting the fuck out of Dodge, might him going outside of people who know what's going on, outside of this quarantine area, may be the inception for the government coming in and taking over. Actually, it might be people outside of the government who are trying to get a handle on the situation, because maybe they're suspicious of what the government would do. Like, I don't know, coming in and gassing everybody and fucking shooting them in the head and then covering it up. Maybe, possibly. Because up until that point, I think Teppei is kind of the linchpin. I think that, is it possible that this infection, since it affects the eyes, if we think about that in a more metaphorical standpoint, is it possible that it's also conjuring visual hallucinations? And if that's the case, that visual hallucinations, maybe this is also a byproduct of time going by and the infection getting stronger or worse. If that's possible, that explains how Keiichi was in two places at once, because everybody else was sort of seeing that. But then again, that also goes against my other theory of kids not being affected, because Satoko and Rika don't seem like they're affected. They're not affected by like the sort of infection that seems to be affecting everybody else. The only time Satoko's eyes change is when she's sort of glossing over because of what's happening to her, and when she gets really, really fucking mad, understandably so, at Keiichi. Which, by the way, the anime handles Rika's death like completely differently from the sound novel. It's kind of weird and fucked up. Because what happens in the anime, it is totally it is like brutally fucking obvious why Satoko is like suspicious of Keiichi, whereas it's way more subtle in the sound novel. Keiichi like is chasing the birds off with his axe, and then it flies out of his hand and lands into Rika's blood, and then he picks it up, and then Satoko is like staring at him with the bloody axe and the bloody fucking corpse of her friend. And then she like runs away. That doesn't happen in the sound novel, does it?
No.
Right.
In the sound novel, he just finds the newspaper there that was wrapping up his hatchet, and he's like, "Huh, that's weird. How did that get there?" So
yeah. So the visual like hallucinations would explain how Keiichi murdered Teppei, but then he wasn't actually dead. It's possible that it caused him to see a dead body where there wasn't actually one. So he did do the physical, like digging the grave and stuff, but maybe I don't know, something happened and he just kind of spaced out, and then Tepe was actually alive, and then when he leaves, Tepe comes back. Welcome back, Jan. Tepe comes back and then leaves and like leaves the town to report like this kid tried to fucking kill me, and then that causes everything to blow up. That would be my difference between Arc 3 versus Arc 1 and 2, but I have no idea. It's also kind of go ahead.
Sorry. I guess so I didn't really make the connection between the government as sweeping in and killing everybody, and I mean, I've made my default position known, and so I was trying to reconcile the gas comes out only on Arc 3, but not because of a curse. And it did occur to me how that's possible. Because Keiichi interacted with Onigahuchi's swamp in a way that he certainly does not in Arc 1 and 2.
I thought the same exact thing. I thought
he dumped the motorcycle.
The motorcycle disturbed the swamp and maybe knocked something loose, and that's what caused the gas to come out.
That was my thinking on the subject. Yep. Of course, from a narrative and symbolic standpoint, it would have been more likely for it to be the bat, but from a practical standpoint, it would have to be the motorcycle.
So let me ask you, okay, so this is really kind of the linchpin to the entire spiritual versus practical events. First off, I think Takano is making me think that things might be more spiritual related than not, because Takano has been basically like she is unreliable. I think that she's definitely evil. She's doing something fucked up. I just don't know what. And
no, you don't say.
Not my girl, boss.
The weird thing though is that she not only plays around with the fact that Keiichi murdered Tepe, but also, and by teasing Keiichi about it, but she also, like, she's the one who says to him, "Hey, what do you think the curse is? Do you think that there is a curse?" And he's like, Keiichi's like, "I don't know. There is no curse, idiot, dumbass. It's people. People are doing it. So maybe you can do something about it." So I think that that's also Takano, like, fucking with it's almost like this town is like The Sims, and Takano is like the main player coming in and like just fucking with everything just because she can, just because she thinks that it would be like, oh, I've never murdered a man before, let's do that. Or like, I don't know why. I have no idea why. It might even be that wait a minute. So Tepe, no. So Tomitake is always murdered the same. He's always murdered, right?
Mm-hmm. Well,
he dies mysteriously. He
dies mysteriously from the self-throat rip, yeah.
But the reason I say that is because there are people surrounding him when he does it. Does he tear his throat out in the second arc?
Yes.
So there are people surrounding him when he does it. So clearly this is some kind of, I think, possibly a conspiracy. I think that Takano is in on it. Did they say that 5 people? Wait a minute, there were 5 fucking people during the dam incident. This is connected. What the fuck is going on?
I guess for where I had been coming from, kind of, and this isn't specific to Tomitake, but I mean, I'm operating on time loop somehow, but I had the theory that the way Takano's acting, I think she's we're seeing that people are getting these echoes building up where they're reacting to things that happened in previous loops, as we discussed talking about Keiichi and Oishi when they first meet on Arc 3, I have a suspicion that by some method, presumably some kind of sorcery, that Takano is manipulating her own echo. So we had the idea that Takano
I love
killed
that for
somebody,
her.
or at best case stole someone from the morgue,
That's my theory.
replaced dental records, burned the body, and set her out there. The theory that I've come up with is, what if she dies on one route by getting burned in a barrel? She somehow summons her own echo to burn to death in a barrel, and then she's free to go out and infiltrate. I mean, remember, the burned barrel is supposed to be dead the day before Watanagashi, and she's obviously operating after that. So she could be throwing an echo to throw somebody off the scent, and then do things in town, go invade the storehouse, mess with Keiichi in Arc 3, and not even. I mean, I see a reference to leaving notes for her future self. I don't know that it's. Well, maybe she has reading Steiner and she knows in a clearer detail, but the idea I've got is that she's actively calling the echo of her past to stand in for her in a way that Keiichi might have done by accident, or that his demon might have done to set up the echo that shows up at the Watanagashi, that wins the bear, that watches Rika and tells Shion to go away and not get us into the and not get us into the massive trouble he gets into in Arc 2.
I will say that my original thought involving how Keiichi could be in two places at once was to jump to a supernatural conclusion and to go, oh, it must be some timey-wimey bullshit. And then, of course, the thing that threw me off was the fact that there was a hole. So the evidence that the crime occurred was there, and also the fact that the bat was missing from the locker.
Yep, the bat's missing, yeah. And that's another thing that made me like, if there is another arc that happens and someone looks into Satoshi's locker and the bat is still gone, like, that's your answer right there. At least for me, if the bat's there, then it's like, oh, okay. Well, I don't think that it's like all consistently happening back to back to back. I think that, there's some timey-wimey bullshit going on. But if it's still gone, I think that's our proof that, like, the physical bat has been thrown into the Onigafushi and is lost to that. But anyway, I love that Takano is in her own version of the Prestige. I love that for her.
Yes.
I would appreciate if that actually happened. So here's the big thing. Here's the thing that I was getting at earlier. Here's the kind of question that will make or break a lot of theories. What the fuck is happening with the footsteps? Is Keiichi being paranoid like he was in the first arc? Or is someone wearing a cloaking device a la Solid Snake and following him around? No.
Well, that's my theory. I wasn't gonna say it, but that's my theory.
Cloaking device?
No.
Okay.
I actually think I know what the answer is, but it's a spoiler, so I can't say it. So sorry.
Oh, fuck. All right.
It's aliens, isn't it?
As someone who isn't spoiled, I can say that I guess my theory on the footsteps is that, I mean, it could be quote unquote the demon, which, I mean, we only hear the footsteps with someone who's really getting murdery.
True.
And
as established by Arc 2 with Shion. Thank you, Tanstar, in the chat for reminding me of that.
Yeah, I was wondering that, and I hadn't had the chance to look. So yes, thank you, Tanstar. So yeah, the the other theory I might have is that it's timey-wimey, that and I have a theory about why it's timey-wimey, that the footsteps are echoes, and we hear the footsteps for people that are getting murdery. And
Interesting.
I wonder, and in particular, there's a major distortion where Keiichi kills someone in Arc 3, and then all of a sudden he didn't kill someone as far as he can tell. I'm wondering if the murderiness is people kind of getting out of their fate, out of their good ending, out of being the way a benevolent god and Oyashiro perhaps might want them to be, and then and that's when things are going wrong. Things are falling apart because they're diverging from the good path, and then that they're walking out of sync with the them that should be there, that is doing the right things, or at least good enough things. And that I cited the murder that suddenly got unwound. What if Oyashiro intervened to undo the murder, not because Oyashiro hates Satoko? We have excellent reason to believe that Oyashiro is Satoko's best friend, despite all of the awful things that happened to her. Rika is Satoko's best friend. But what if the murder gets undone specifically to keep Keiichi from being a murderer?
I actually also, that was another one of my angles that I was going to think on, was like that specifically Oyashiro undid the killing. That it was just like, and I couldn't tell if it was a time thing that had caused it, or if it was a, just a resurrection thing. Although I don't think it was resurrection. I personally think that it could have been like a time warp thing, where Oyashiro was just like, okay, this was a terrible thing that happened, and there's no way that this ends good. I'm just going to undo it. So.
Not that it helped, obviously, because Keiichi was still in the mind state of someone who had done it, which
exactly,
which really falls out the rest of the Arc 3 plot. But I think it might be instructive that there's very little reason to think Oyashiro did that for Teppei's sake.
Yeah.
She did it to preserve Keiichi's purity, which I think would be speaking to either Rika's position as Keiichi as a close beloved friend, and or Rika is incredibly well aware that Keiichi's been filling in as Nini, and she doesn't want that for Satoko. She doesn't want her shiny new store brand brother to kill somebody. And actually, that loops back to what happened to Satoshi. Satoshi disappears on Satoko's birthday, and Keiichi is convinced that, Keiichi has finally recognized that he's following in Satoshi's footsteps, and Satoshi must have murdered the nasty ant, and then he disappears to spare Satoko from having a brother who's a murderer, so he takes his money and leaves. But Mion says that she noticed that when he disappeared, she noticed that the bear is gone. Satoshi bought the bear, but it didn't get to Satoko. Right. So my standing theory on that is bad things happened to him along the way.
Right. Which are either from the paranoid inhabitants of Higurashi, of Hinamizawa, or possibly the Yakuza, because there is talk of the I think it was the person who's shown dead at the very beginning being oh yeah, because that was Tepe's live-in girlfriend at the time, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And she was dipping into money for S Group, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And then that caused Tepe to come back to town.
Which is also very, very interesting because, I mean, from one angle, the S Group, the Sonozakis, killing someone who's dipping into the till, that's absolutely logical. That's what the Yakuza do. Except it's very interesting that she gets the treatment, the nails in the hand, the whole gut ripping Watanagashi thing.
Yep. Because that would definitely mean that S Group had something to do with it. And hey, if the Sonozaki mansion has a fucking torture murder dungeon as established in Arc 2, like, probably one of them had something to do with it, especially possibly even Mion or Shion, because they know it's there and Mion's the head of the place now. So I don't know. I have no idea. All I know is that we went directly from an arc where oh yeah, that's another thing. I guess it wouldn't be, if the bodies are coming back to life, you could have that in arc 2 because, Shion fucking reappears. Anyway, wait a minute. Your theory might have some credence. What? Mion and Shion. Maybe they're also they've fallen out of time with each other, but they were like kind of manipulated to think that wasn't the case. Maybe Mion and Shion are actually the same person, the same time duplicate, the same echo. So that would be, there's fuel for your fire. There you go. But yeah,
Bob, I actually have an image for that. It's not what you're talking about, but I have an image prepared for that.
I still think that it's Solid Snake in a cloaking device, but that's
absolutely
just me.
It's probably Rika with the cloaking device. Absolutely.
It's Rika with the cloaking device.
Rika knows what's going on, dude. Rika knows what's up. You just hear in the background, meep. It's just like meep.
Meep.
Or what's the other thing she says? Nipa. Yeah.
Nipa.
Dude, Rika knows what's up. But anyway,
oh yeah, Rika knows what's up.
Rika. Oh. I think, oh yeah, here's another thing that I was thinking about. I think that Oishi and Takano were two of the people from the original group that murdered the head of the what was the name of him? The headmaster or the
He was the construction, head construction foreman.
Foreman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they had something to do with it. I think Oishi and Takano are in league with each other. But here's the other thing, the main thing that I kind of wanted to point out. I think that Tomitake is dying every single arc because he's finding out something. I think that
I agree.
He's
100%.
He seems to be a reporter who's coming into this area and trying to like sort of figure out what's going on, but he seems to be getting killed each time, and that could mean one of two things is happening. One, the time rewind thing is happening, and every single time he comes in, he wants to learn more. And if it's my theory, that means that that maybe it's possible that dying contributes to your infection rate. Like maybe, that can be sort of folded into it. I don't know. I'm kind of half-assing the consistent thing at the moment. Everything is taking place in the same timeline. I don't know if I believe that. I'm just having fun with theories, but it definitely seems like he's learning too much, and it's very interesting. One of the differences, if I were to go through everything that's happening in this story, one of the differences, and jot down all of the differences between one arc to the next. One of the differences I would definitely point out is that in arc 3, Takano has a camera along with Tomitake. Takano, I believe, has the same camera as Tomitake. And because Tomitake talks about buying or like helping her buy it, I think, which is very interesting. It also might be one of the reasons why the government steps in, because there's evidence. She took pictures of something. She got evidence of something and got it out. And maybe the reason why Tomitake is dying each time, and I really like, if it is a time rewind situation, I really, really like the idea of leaving notes for yourself. And then that's how you come to the realization, like a kind of a memento type thing. Takano is also the protagonist for Memento, so cheer the W's in the chat for her. She is just fucking the main character of
Girl
everything
bosses.
today.
Yep.
The girl boss of time. Believe the next
Takano's in every Christopher Nolan movie.
I believe the next World of Warcraft expansion is going to be based around Takano and her time powers. Anyway, I think that might be a thing to point out. It's hard to. I came out of Arc 2 being like, I got this shit. There are a couple little things in
Right.
here but I got it. I know what's happening. It's all real. There's no spiritual bullshit happening. But people resurrecting. I would love if this is actually a zombie story where it's just a town where for some wacky fucked up reason you can't die. For some strange, odd, fucking weirdo excuse. That's why I love stories where there's just a little dash of like wacky spiritual bullshit. Just a little bit.
What makes the later Scooby-Doo so good?
Every individual cicada is someone's fucking phylactery. They're all liches.
Yes.
Higurashi Scooby-Doo episode. They actually did do that.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
It was in Mystery Incorporated.
Of course, it was in Mystery Incorporated.
Oh
They
geez,
actually
Beyond.
did that.
That show's wild.
What's let's go to Angel Mort.
I am posting the link to the episode in the group.
Absolutely.
That's amazing.
I'll
I have
check
to
that
watch
out.
that at some point. Oh my god.
Absolutely.
It's called when cicada calls.
When
Oh
the
my
cicada calls.
god.
Oh Jesus. When they
Watch it have
When the
spoilers.
cicada calls.
when
I
they
wonder what this is referencing.
when they call. Oh my god, is this just a Scooby-Doo version of Higurashi? Holy fucking shit.
That's so
I'm
serendipitous.
not gonna watch that actually. It might spoil.
Yeah, I don't want to either because
I wonder what this is referencing.
Atomic Jupiter said the girl who bossed through time. The girl who bossed time itself. That's great. That's fantastic.
I'll bring up one other theory that I had because I feel like a lot of the other theories are going to be related to the next arc.
Okay.
But my last theory for you is that when I read that all of the cicadas and
Died.
all of the insects really were dead on the ground
Mhm.
after the volcanic gas had killed everything, that was the point where I was like, oh shit, Bob might be right about anytime the wind blows by and the Higurashi fucking
Dude,
stop calling, clearly they probably are just dropping dead from the gas.
something is happening every single time. One of the most consistent things is there is a very vivid description of the wind and how it's ominous and strange and oh yeah, there was I think in this arc there was a point where Keiichi said like, oh, this dead stale air of Hinamizawa, like specifically describing it like as in a negative way, like kind of like fucked or fucked up or something. Like it every single time. I I still think that something's going on there. I think there's something happening with the air. And then when the gas happened, I was like, oh fuck, really? And it occurs to me now that, like, wait a minute. The reason why everyone came in, another major difference, is that all the cicadas died. If it's possible that they were using cicadas as like canaries in a coal mine. That when the cicadas died, that was evidence that, like, okay, this shit's gone too far. Like, we need to get people out of there, like, ASAP. And then when they all died, and it was like, oh, well, it's too late. Once the cicadas died, then that's fatal. Everybody's basically dead anyway. And one of the reasons why maybe Keiichi survived is because he was on the ground. Maybe because the air, the way that, I don't know. I don't fucking know. I'm fucking around. Maybe a fog came over. Maybe it's Silent Hill. I
think there's not enough information yet. I think.
Yeah, like for real. Like the Rika dying thing too is like, I just don't have enough information. That could be one of many, many different people. It definitely seems like it might have been Mion or Shion, because like we've seen them talk wanting to, like Shion specifically, if you believe my theory that Arc 2 is Shion. Thank you.
I wasn't here last time to say that, but I was like 100% on board with, like, yes, no, I think that is Shion also.
Yes, 100%. Yeah. I'm full, like, 100% Shion territory. But that whole arc is basically like, oh yeah, no, this whatever is infecting people is like absolutely causing them to get super paranoid and hear footsteps and stuff. So might also be changing their perception of reality. And if that's the case, then we've got a major case of something fucked up is going on, and the government might be stepping in to cover it up. So, does anyone else have any pointed, specific comments? I joked earlier that we were going to go for 4 hours, and we have actually gone on for 4 hours. So, fuck me.
I didn't think it was a joke.
Well, considering you brought it up, what do you think about the idea of Shion being the main character?
That would definitely shed some light on Act 2. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, I think that Shion, definitely seeing Shion's point of view from Arc 1, that would be interesting, because where the fuck is she in Arc 1? Like, I don't think we even know that she exists in Arc 1.
I mean, I guess from my perspective, I definitely appreciate Shion as a new protagonist, because she both has a better grasp on what's going on, because she's, if not necessarily a Hinamizawa native, she's at least Hinamizawa adjacent, being a Sonozaki and coming up consistently in Okinomiya, if not actually Hinamizawa. And B, she's motivated to pursue the mysteries because, I mean, the Arc 3 establishes she was dating Satoshi.
Yes.
And the town took Satoshi from her, and I mean, and that's a big difference. Like Arc 2, I was inclined to characterize her as, oh, she's not the twin that didn't get to be the head leader, and she has a bone to pick with the town about it. No, the town took her boyfriend, and she is justifiably furious about that, and she's digging up what is, and she's digging into what happens because of that.
Yeah, she definitely has more of a grasp on like what the fuck is going on. Also, I think it's really interesting to have her as a main character, because it's going to let us see what Keiichi looks like, because they joked about it, about finally being able to give him some art in the after party. But more specifically, I'm really interested in someone who's outside of Hinamizawa and who comes in occasionally, because what that'll kind of say about the nature of the town in and of itself, but also the nature of the infection. And if the infection is spread via the air in that case, she would only be infected in Arc 2, which means that she'll have a little bit more of a chance to figure out what the fuck is going on in Arc 1 and Arc 3. And I think that in Arc 3, she definitely is poised. She is in a position to really dig into some shit and find out what the fuck is going on. But anyway, Yeah, I'm excited. I actually really like Shion, even when she fucking killed a bunch of people in
She's my
arc 2.
favorite.
We love murderers in this series.
That we do. That we do.
Condone all of her actions.
I don't know
mean,
about that.
Women can. It's okay. Girls just gotta have fun. I
God
do.
fucking forbid women do anything.
Oh,
yeah, let
I
girls,
do,
girl boss, keep gaslight us to their heart's content.
Hell yes. I do have a question, just for y'all who are kind of like theory crafting. What do you think about like Satoko's what Satoko means to the mystery of this arc, as well as like whether you feel like she has any significance or sort of like clues to the overall plot? Because like obviously Mirakishi tries to interweave everything. I wasn't sure if y'all had any thoughts on her contribution, what her existence means to that mystery.
I thought at a certain point that the infection was possibly spread via tears of specific characters, possibly the 4 girls in the group. Satoko being like in that position, it's definitely fuck, man. I like that, because my original theory with like the doctors trying to figure out what the fuck is going on, her sort of involvement with Irie is interesting, but I don't think I got enough from that relationship to kind of figure out the major plot stuff. I really want to know what the fuck happened to Rena before she, like after she, when she left, clearly being infected this entire fucking time. What the fuck is going on with her? Like I almost wish that she was the main character for the next.
Oh, in fact, that's actually a really good point. In 2 out of the 3 arcs, we've had Reina and Mion shepherding Keiichi. They see Keiichi's going off, and the both of them latch onto him, both as his friends and possibly as some other sentinel. And they're oh, you've got to. Okay, so here's one for you Silent Hill fans. You better deal with that. But yeah,
got him.
They both go in pursuing him on the routes where he's the one going off. And now it is more interesting that she lets go when Keiichi says, "Oh yes, I will go to the clinic." Yes, you will go to the clinic, and I'll make sure you went to the clinic, which is interesting.
Yeah, it's Satoko. Go ahead.
I was going to say, for the involvement of Satoko specifically, I don't know about Satoko specifically, but I think that it was brought up that of all of the victims of the Watanagashi curses, half of them were Hojos, at least. So it does kind of seem that there is something going on with that family in specific. I will say that the scene of Satoko pushing Keiichi off the bridge,
that was heartbreaking.
Feels very reminiscent of. Personally, I think she pushed her parents off the cliff. That is where my brain went with that.
You think she's infected? You think that she's paranoid?
I think that something may have caused her to do it. I don't know if it was paranoia or what it could have been, but that is very possible.
I guess I didn't see it as Satoko possibly having done that. But at the same time, you've actually reminded me that I definitely saw Keiichi getting pushed off, or at least getting hurt, coming, because we know Satoko is our trap lady. As soon as Keiichi ditched the hatchet and he started following Satoko's commands to reassure her, I saw a trap coming, and sure enough, she pushes him off. But I think the other thing about Satoko is that she snuck into. They established that she snuck into the sacred storehouse.
Yes.
And
She said,
not only did she sneak in, apparently she inadvertently took Oyashiro's arm off, scrambling out and knocking over stuff on her way out.
Is that the infection point? Wait a minute. That's where they go. That's what. Dude. Oh shit. That's why they have it locked up. It's not because of the stuff that they're hiding. There's that whole fucking cavern system. Oh shit. Everybody's getting infected because of that fucking place, and she was the first. Oh shit. Oh shit. Satoko was the fucking. Satoko's patient 1. She's patient 0. She got infected when she went in there, and she killed her fucking parents. Bro, maybe she even killed Satoshi. Everyone's
I don't know.
silent,
I honestly
so
don't know. Like,
I'm
genuinely,
right.
like, this is stuff that I don't know.
It's
so
tetanus.
that is-
Jackson, it's tetanus.
It's tetanus.
Everyone's got. She got lockjaw. That's why everyone's killing everybody.
She got lockjaw, and that caused her to tense up real bad and push her parents off the cliff.
Dude, wow, that's funny.
That is definitely not an angle I had considered. I had been considering it from the spiritual angle, which once again it loops back into something that also came up in Arc 2, that Keiichi was freaking out about having gone into the storehouse, and they're coming to kill him because he went into the storehouse, but Rika was okay with it, and that says a lot. Even before we knew that Rika might be an incarnation of Oyashiro, as far as the violation of the sacred storehouse, fixing that is literally Rika's job.
I wish I could mention it, but I'm actually positive that Rika meant for them to get into that storehouse.
I
Because
don't know.
she specifically said, that cat was trying to get in, and so I made it so that the cat could get in.
Yeah, they specifically talked about the changing the locks.
And I think that Rika did not change the locks because it was too heavy for her. I think that was an excuse.
Yeah.
And I know. Okay, I will say that I have a spoiler reason for why I know this, so I won't get into it. But I don't know why she let them in, but I do know. I do know. It's kind of like I don't know.
You have to let them in. If she's cold, you're cold.
She's gonna let them in. Like, I do know. It's like I know why she let them in, but I don't know why she let them in. Like, it's a very complicated complicated cross section of spoiler that I know.
Here's the thing for me. If that gas in that area, that infection zone, if it's possible that that is also tied to people either resurrecting or rewinding time, that's a reason there for you. That's the reason. Her friends are dying. Her friends are getting fucked up, and shit is happening and going sideways. And if she is somehow immune to all this stuff, she would want to rewind it. She would want to reset. You fuck up in a game, you hit the reset button, and I would imagine that, Rika would want to be doing that.
And that kind of cycles back to being her being Oyashiro's incarnation and or avatar.
Right.
Even in the timelines like Arc 2 and Arc 3 where she's dead, the immortal Oyashiro part of her might be able to intervene.
Dohi Wario also makes a very valid point that the gas disaster was actually a trap Satoko left behind.
Yep, I agree. Yep.
Oh, by the way, that part where Rika, Rena and Mion go into the woods, that I think was a tip. When they go into the woods and then they all get trapped by Satoko's traps, and then there was a comment about Rena's panties. Okay.
Oh yeah.
All right.
I thought you were going to talk about the
right.
spear points that were tipped with dog poop.
Yes.
I thought that was very funny.
Yeah. Fucking Solid Snake over here. Holy shit.
I'm telling you, it was Solid Snake all along.
It was absolutely Solid Snake. But yeah, I'm just memories are coming back to me of like, oh, that was weird. Oh, that was fucked up. That's strange. That's fucked up. And yeah,
it was a long It was a long arc.
Yeah. It was like one chapter extra, I think, or one or two. Anyway, I think it was 13. Ooh, bad number. Unlucky. Yeah, I'm officially team infection, and possibly resurrection. I honestly, wait, if it's fucking resurrection, that kind of changes how arc 2 goes. Because I was thinking, fuck, maybe there's, that's a good thing for the next stream, to whip out the board so that we can, the crazy person board, so that we can make some notes and be like, okay, when does everything reset? Like, how many days after like characters die does everything reset? Like, when in time is this supposed to be taking place? When arc 1 is supposed to be taking place, arc 2? How many weeks before Watanagashi is this supposed to take place?
I think arc 4 will inform you a lot on that.
Okay, all right.
Can't wait for you to read what the difficulty of arc 4 is going to be.
Love the difficulties.
I haven't.
Of arc
where are you seeing the difficulties? I'm not seeing them.
It's one of like the first. I mean, when you first start an arc, it gives you a splash screen that says, okay, it gives you the title. There's a background. It gives you maybe a little synopsis, and at the bottom, it'll give you a difficulty. For arc 3, it was absolutely the worst. You can't make a conjecture, and then it gives you a thing, start game, or it may have a quit back to title thing, but it is like when you literally start a new run, it gives you a secondary title splash screen, and that's where that difficulty shows up.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll be on the lookout for it next time. I was like, I guess this is like a tertiary thing that I don't really know about. Like, I'm just not seeing it. But yeah, if it's
I have an image that you can see.
Okay, cool.
And actually, speaking of tertiary things, were you able to read the scramble speak in the list of the dead and the semi-questions?
Scramble speak?
Like it lists it lists the like there's kind of a credit sequence that talks about that lists people dead or disappeared, and there's kind of a scrambly speak thing below it. I mean that thing that's been showing up throughout the game so far, and
I looked at that and I thought it was like a lorem ipsum. Like I thought.
Oh yeah.
There is take a look at it a little harder, and you can actually.
It scrolls by.
I mean, if we actually did the arc 3 chapter screen, I would have asked Bob to record that so we could slow it down. I can't read it all as it scrolls, but I was able to read a line or two here and there.
And I will say I was paying attention to that, and there are certain very suspicious characters who their bodies were not found. So if I were to do the whodunit board, that would be a definite interesting way to kind of highlight differences between people who may or may not know what's going on. Suspicious actors.
I think Miss Insanity is right that I'm not sure we're supposed to read into the scrambled lorem ipsum speak the first time through, because especially because it hits right after all of the end there. So I think that it's probably definitely a something you notice on a rewatch type thing.
Yeah, this is definitely something where the vets probably should speak up if they know more about it. What I saw was I was able to translate something about like the line after Reina and Mion saying it translated out to they died in their sleep. May she rest in peace. And then I saw something after Ryukishi's name. Hi, it's me, Ryukishi. I hope you're having fun so far, or some kind of just generic kind of general.
Is
Hi,
Ryukishi
I'm the
in this
author.
game?
Right after this
You're
fucking
talking
art.
about the after the credits, right? When it's scrolling through everything.
Right, it's during the credits. I mean, the one is right after Ryukishi's name, and it's kind of that postscript. Hi, I'm the author. Here's a little postscript commentary thing, and I don't remember very much of what I read, and I like I said, it was moving too quickly for me to assemble much of it at a given time. I could only get a line at a time.
It was like normal English text with random spaces as Lonely Mudkip.
Oh yes,
So
yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's what you're
for one of
talking
them,
about.
it like credited the town, I think, as saying that like without you, there's no Hinamizawa or something.
Yes.
Um,
I saw that. That deciphering that was super easy because it was just like, oh, just smash all the text together and then put spaces where the words are. And it's just
I was having trouble with that, but I think I was also very shook at that point, so I
Yeah.
was not paying attention to that.
Yeah, I read a couple, and the thing that I read was what Jan pointed out, where it was like, oh, thank you. Without you, there is no Higurashi or something along those lines. And I was like, oh, it's just developer commentary stuff. I don't think this is plot critical.
yeah, I
it's
don't
very
think that. I don't think that the jumbled text. I don't think that happens in Umineko. So I'm not sure if that was like intentional, as like it was meant to be like a thing to decipher, or if it just got kind of messed up.
I know,
it's definitely on purpose. It's just very
You
silly.
think so?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like for instance, let me read you Keiichi's. Like I pulled up a blog where all of it has it. It says the text under Keiichi says, "Did he just end up going crazy in the end? My condolences, I suppose.
Yeah.
Keiichi never dies in a good way. Am I not allowed to laugh?" But then it also says mental disorder. What? But with so many things happening, people will break. You must never forget that feeling. We all live because we have a heart to live with. If we forget that, we're just living puppets. Remember, you're alive and have a soul. So it's like, it's him like making jokey comments, and some of BT's comments, who is his editor, as well as Coder's best friend, may he rest in peace, is making a bunch of comments about like how stupid the text is and other stuff like that. It's very
Rude.
cute. I'll link it in the chat because there's no spoilers. It's cute.
That's what I inferred. Like I didn't really read it because I saw kind of what it was going with, but yeah, no, yeah, that's fun though. That's fun. Also, I guess was Arc 4 planned originally because the announcement that Shion is going to be in the party chapter, the announcement that Shion's going to be in the next episode. There was a real quick addendum at the very tail end of that where it was like, actually, the next one's going to be about Rika. Anyway, goodbye. And it was like,
yes.
Yeah, Arc 4 was an addendum. It was added in as like a bonus, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
So basically what happened was Ryukishi was really struggling with writing Mayakashi because he was working a full-time job at the time. And it was going very, very rough. He was having trouble getting the sense of it, so he ended up writing the time killing arc as a way to sort of both a short one but also like a refresher for him, and also he quit his job and that's how he finished Mayakashi. But yeah, it's just he was exhausted of writing sort of like the modern tragedy, and so he went to the past to give himself a break.
Gotcha.
I believe another bit there is that it's right after Arc 3, I believe, is when the series like really took off.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Well, that's good.
Very much so.
So it's like, fuck, I should give myself some more time to work on this really heavy, important one. Here's one that's a little bit less weighty and long.
Yeah, and
Probably more people
if you
weren't paying attention.
yes, and also like if you read some of like the interviews that his brother, and BT did, like they were getting like 3 or 4 hours of sleep a night. Every single one of these was basically written like 5 months or less. For the
Jeez.
most part, it insane amount of work, obviously for three people. Um, and like his brother would fall asleep doing his like mail service job, and just when he was driving, Ryukishi himself would be at his job, and anytime he had a free moment he would be riding behind everyone's backs basically. So it's like it was killing them. His best friend BT, like I said, the editor, he died halfway through Umineko because of illness.
Oof.
And there's a big thing in my mind nowadays for Ryukishi and his team where like they are trying not to work themselves to death anymore.
Was BT's death directly tied to overwork?
We don't know. Ryukishi announced at a certain point that he had passed from an illness, and obviously, like, many Japanese creators are very private, so of course, like, we don't know for sure, but it's just one of those things where it's like, that that level of work is not healthy. Writing over
Yeah.
100K words, coding these massive novels with tons of music, with tons of sprites, all these subtle little things. It's absurd.
Yeah. And it's cool, Staghorn. Yes, honestly, it's not really our business, IMO. I agree with that. I think that if it was a direct result of, and if we knew that, then that would be information that we could use to maybe say, hey, we should really provide a space for creative folks to kind of not work themselves to death constantly because it's important and they're killing themselves literally. But it is also, it's a deeply private thing, and I'm not going to pry.
I just can't imagine specifically. Like, I know that like the first chapter when it sold at Comic Con, it didn't sell well at all. I think they only sold like a
Literally
dozen
a
at best.
handful. And it
Yeah.
was BT's idea to actually post the entire first chapter online for free. And they would send it to stores and just beg it. They would tell people. It was like a hugely online thing, honestly, why it ended up getting anywhere, and it was that willingness to post it free, which is why it's great that the chapter is free on Steam now too. Like,
Yeah.
it's the same spirit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, imagine working yourself to the bone like that for not seeing like immediate returns until like a year or two later. That's
Like they cared so much about this work.
It shows like 100%. Like you can really feel passion and the absolute, like, the almost need to say something with this work, and it's something that I wish was in more games and art these days, but it's not at the expense of people working themselves to death. Absolutely not. Which is also
oh yes,
it's also kind of fucked up that you tell someone to watch to play this, and they'll probably be like, "Oh, this is super simple. Like, it's just pictures and text." And it's like, that's.
I gotta say, like, I have been working on a VN, and it is. I honestly feel like for every 5 minutes of content, there's like a cumulative hour of development for that 5 minutes at least, because you've got the script, you've got the sprites, you've got the backgrounds, you've got coding, you've got going back and polishing it, reading it, rereading it, make sure it works well within the context of the story, within the engine, within like you have to do the UI, you have to do so much, and you're always, if you care, you're always going back and doing it again and looking at it again. I can personally attest to it is a lot of work. It seems like it's not, but it is.
Yeah, and that's the deceptive nature of it is the thing that I'm kind of pointing out. Because, like, you have, I don't know, people like Elon Musk dropping into Twitter and being like, "Oh, this is fine. You can fire half the fucking people who are working on this," and then making incredibly stupid fucking decisions and not realizing that, like, no, like, this is actually a lot of work. Like, you can't just crunch people to do features that would normally take like months into a week, and then everything's fine. There's a reason why. It took that long to do a lot of that work in the first place. There's such a tendency for just people in general to kind of reduce the amount of work that goes into various things. And you see it a lot with like gamers criticizing like, you know, animations of like Mass Effect Andromeda, you know, and they'll be like, oh, this, I can't believe it came out this cringy. Oh, this is so bad. And don't get me wrong, like it's pretty fucking laughably bad. But at the same time, you think about how much like a metric fuck ton of work went into that. And the fact that it's this giant game and you're making custom animations for fucking everything, of course the lip sync's going to be kind of weird because they have to rely on a fucking algorithm to match lip flap. They have to, otherwise the game doesn't come out. Like, you know, there's so much work, so much passion that go into games, and it's really fucking annoying when people try to reduce that to
my usual go-to for like development issues on that side of like technical issues. Usually, my assumption now is either it was mismanaged or didn't have enough time. Because oftentimes there are things like where QA testers they give the bugs and then like the managers never address it.
Yes.
Or like they just something like that happens where they just don't have enough time or they're not properly allocated or allowed to work on the things that they need to.
The literal thing, the example that I give for that is the Silent Hill HD collection, where the team, Tom Hewlett, who is a producer of other Silent Hill games, gave the team who was working on that, because he had access to the original version, and he gave the team like a list of all of the bugs that he found, all of the glitches, all of the weird shit. And then he went on vacation. And then while he's on vacation, the game comes out and it shipped with every single fucking bug that he pointed out that needed to be fixed. And it's just like, and then the fucked up thing is that he's then blamed for the fuck ups. Like he's for some weird reason, people pointed at him as like the person who personally fucked everything up, even though he wasn't even in charge of the project. He wasn't he wasn't the director. He wasn't even the producer on that fucking thing. He was the audio guy. He was the guy who hired who got the voice actors and re-recorded the audio on that. Like so anyway.
News,
So-
they believed him.
Yeah.
So I work in the VFX industry. So
I am sorry.
well, I'm not personally an artist, but a lot of my coworkers, I see them work long hours. I see them like really struggle and like, oh, I can't get this like water to look as the foam in this water doesn't look great, and I'm like, and they're working themselves to the bone. And it's really heartbreaking to go on to like Twitter or something and seeing like people just diss movie effects. It's just, I've seen the pure amount of blood, sweat, and tears that goes into it, and it really.
I have been wanting to make a video about this specific topic for the longest time, because there are people who there are people who die from working on artistic projects, and they are constantly the people who are making like the least amount of money on the project. The people who put their lives on the line to make these creative endeavors are largely the ones who are overlooked, who their work is not credited properly. Their work is tragically like not remembered. And you know, for me, it's like the people, it is a constant, consistent thing where the people who care the most about a project are the people who are the ones who are taken advantage of the most. And it is fucked up. It's sad. And capitalism is a fucking piece of shit. I'll tell you right now. It's fucking terrible. It's grinding people into dust. Anyway. But yeah, I digress. I mean, I really don't. I progress. But anyway, anyways, sorry, I'm playing around with the window of Notepad for some reason. Go ahead.
I was gonna say like one other thing with regards to sort of like people working so hard and other stuff. I kind of wanted to bring it back to BT and Ryukishi and his feelings for people reading the series, and something I think is really, really sweet is even to this day, BT is credited in every single piece of modern Higurashi media. And Ryukishi even said in his eulogy to him that it's basically like, as long as people are reading and thinking and talking about this story, like he'll never really die, like he'll never really be gone. And so that's actually the reason I brought it up, is because we're talking about how like impactful and lovely this story is. And just always I've always wanted to remember him and keep him in mind, because Ryukishi has always referred to BT as his first reader, the first person who read and loved his work, and the person he always wanted to surprise the most with all of his work. So I always like to tell people about that because I think it's very important. And I also think it's very lovely. It's a sentiment.
I was actually wondering, to me, it really feels like the way that the mystery is written and the way that the pieces are presented, the theories come up. It does feel like when the characters themselves put forward theories, it seems to be the point at which an outside reader brought it up to Ryukishi, and so Ryukishi put it in there as a wink and a nod, like, "Oh, you thought it was this, you thought it was that simple." And I have to wonder if BT probably was one of the people responsible for that wink and
Yeah,
nod, and
like
The red herrings.
him
Yeah.
and his brother. And Ryukishi actually used to search a lot online for people's theories. One of the funniest things I ever saw was an episode in Umineko. There's like this epitaph people are trying to solve, and he said, "I actually found someone who solved it after the first episode," and I was like, "Oh no, it was too easy." But then that person got completely covered up. No one believed him, so he's like, "Excellent. I still got that mystery under my belt." And it's like BT though is like that really important thing, and it honestly, like the idea of a reader and people who love your work and connect with your work is a huge theme in Umineko as well. And you can see so much of it though in those like post game chats with everyone, and just that want to enjoy having a community, making a community, because Higurashi is about making a community itself, like is about reaching out and making a community of friends and other people, and
Yeah.
having this to talk about. It's like they said, like was said earlier, it's a conversation, it's community, and I really really like that about this.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, there's a reason why, I'm here and I'm doing this, and it's because, the community is lovely. Like every single person who has talked to me about this has made a concerted effort not to spoil anything about it to me, which I can't say for other fucking fandoms. Those damn assholes ruining fucking Marvel movies for me. Anyway, but like everybody's been lovely, and it's something that I always wanted for the Silent Hill fandom, to be honest. I always, like, we were there at a certain point, like after Silent Hill 2 came out, and I was going on forums and reading everybody's theories, and it was a grand old fun time. Reminds me a lot of this, a lot of just like talking to people about just like, what do you think it is? What do you think it is? Oh, maybe it's this, maybe it's this. And somehow, some way, maybe through just the march of time, we've lost that. Like, we don't do that anymore. There's even a sentiment now among Silent Hill fans to be like, no, it's actually, it's not that complicated, has been a recent rallying cry. It's not all open to interpretation as some would like you to believe, when that's something that I've been fighting against for years. And I think we're really losing that fight of just, even though the game is entirely about your own individual perception of reality, which is reflected in that game, people have lost it. People have forgotten why they're there. And it doesn't seem like that's happened to Higurashi. It seems like everybody in this space knows like why we're here. And it's for this, it's for connection. It's for inspiring people to come up with their own ideas, to talk, to converse. And it's sad because, while I feel great about Higurashi fans, I just can't help but look back at my Silent Hill folks and just want better for them, want more. And it really kind of strikes me as the difference between good direction and bad direction. Someone who is able to hold on to the sort of brand, or someone who's able to foster a really good community and emphasize the importance of coming up with your own theories within that community is in charge of Umineko and Higurashi and the When They Cry series. Someone who really genuinely cares about not only the making a good story and having people connect with each other, but also inspiring people to inspiring a good community, inspiring a community that cares about each other, I guess, or you can really sense it in this community, and or what little taste I've gotten of it. Whereas the Silent Hill community has just kind of gotten toxic because the direction has largely been, oh, whatever, we just want to make money. We'll hire anybody who can fucking make money from this franchise. Fuck it, whatever. And that's why I've been a proponent of the let it die kind of thing. But now that we've got
You've
Rikishi,
given hope again.
like legitimately, yeah. It made me, I was on a video where I was basically like, I think I'm done with Silent Hill. I think I'm, I guested on a video for this guy, I forget his name. Your Favorite Son is the name, on a Silent Hill video about Silent Hill, and he asked me like, where do you see the series going? And I'm like, I don't know if I want to be a part of it anymore to find out. But now that Ryukishi's coming in, I don't know. I got a little hope.
Having watched your Martha is Dead stream, despite your warning not to,
The thumbnail.
despite you adamantly saying do not watch this, I watched your Martha is Dead stream, and having you come to the end of it, and I think you even had a later stream where you were talking with Rachel about how you kind of hit the point where you were like, you know what? If this is what horror is, then you felt that Rachel had a point. Like, you know what? Maybe horror doesn't actually have a place anymore. Maybe if this is what horror is like, then like maybe the genre is no good after all. And then for you to come and turn right back around on it by reading Higurashi has been very uplifting.
Yeah, it's tough because it's like, I'll just say this just to keep it concise. I want more horror like Higurashi. I want more empathetic, understanding, holistically nuanced takes on horror. Because I don't think that showing these topics is inherently a bad thing. I don't think that by portraying child abuse that you're advocating for it. I think quite the opposite. I think that if you show that in a really empathetic, understanding way, you are helping. You are getting to the center of a problem, which is that we are not facing these issues. We are not discussing them. We are deliberately putting them out of our minds and only interacting with them in the sphere of, ooh, aren't crazy people crazy? In like fucking horror movies, and it's fucking bullshit. It's bullshit. Like, I'm tired of it. So yeah, if horror wants to keep doing that, then I'm not in its I'm not the audience for it. If horror wants to become gore porn and like do more Martha's Dead bullshit where, oh, isn't it scary to commit suicide? Like, yeah, motherfucker. Yeah, it is. But why?
Personally,
Why?
I'm going to defend horror until I die. I will not for me personally, I will not let those people define it. I'm going to fucking do everything I can to make horror good. I do think there's always going to be good content for it, but it won't be as well known. Yeah, but I will do everything I can to make sure that I don't let go of the good stuff.
Yeah, I feel like when good horror comes out, it's notable. Like Signalis is having a big positive reception right now, and that is very good horror, and it's heartening to see it, gain the success it's getting.
Yeah.
I was about to say, I personally wanted to speak up for like Red Candle's work as something that I
absolutely.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah,
just
all on the same page. Yeah. There's still good horror happening, but then sometimes there's something bad enough that you reconsider a whole genre.
Yeah, and when it happens consistently enough, and for me, the big thing is that it is a financial success.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yep.
There is a
That is-
market
Yeah.
for and that's the it's sad, and that's kind of why another one of the many reasons why I'm having trouble writing the next project I'm working on, which shall remain nameless.
Mhm.
It's disheartening. It's sad to see what passes nowadays, like what gets the seal of approval. But I will say there is more to the story of the game that I am alluding to. It may not be as successful as you might think. Look forward to my next video coming out 2026. I don't fucking know.
We believe in you, I promise.
I will get it done. I will do it. I was actually going to say, because Gail, you mentioned the BT being a major inspiration. That immediately made me think of Rachel. Like, whenever I finish a project or write a script, I'm always annoying the shit out of her by going to her and being like, "Hey babe, hey, I'm going to read my 3-hour video essay to you. Just, let me know if you have any notes." She's like, "Right now?" Like, really? Okay, fine. And I've done that for her consistently, and I'm always making scripts for her, and I'm always making videos. And she is my main, like, whenever the main person who I'm doing that for and who I want to impress. So
She is your as Ryukishi would say, like, she's your reader. She's like a huge inspiration, and he always says, like, if you have at least one person who can understand your work, you can push through, you can try. And I'm sorry, I always get really teared up because he does people to love what they make and love sharing what they make for others.
Yeah, I'm absolutely like, and that's another reason why we need to just be more understanding of like what criticism is. That's another video that I need to work on, how to handle criticism. Because I think that a lot of people are really scared of like saying things in their own voice, saying things like, in the fear that they'll get criticized for it. And it's like, you don't understand. Criticism is a good thing. Criticism, like, innately comes from a place of wanting to help, wanting to understand you, wanting to get to the heart of the issue, wanting to, like, if you really, really don't care about something, you don't say anything. You just don't. If you care about something, that may come out negative and shitty and fucked up, but it proves that there is passion there. And that's, just like Keiichi wanting to fucking murder this guy. You can draw the line where it's like you care in some way, even though it's fucked up, even though you got to the end point in a completely fucked up and bad way, you care. Like, and that's a good thing. So, yeah, and I think that I'm seeing a lot of people interface with criticism badly, and it's, I don't want criticism. Okay, do you not want people to say anything? Anyway.
I just want to talk about that because, again, I'm talking about my VN again. Sorry. One thing I'm always trying to do personally is like I have my own personal reader. They're my roommate. They're sitting like 2 feet away from me.
Hi, roommate.
And I always like ask them, okay, what'd you think? What do you think didn't work here? Like, what do you think the weakest part is here? Like, is there anything that you think I could be doing better here? I've been going over this for so long, just thinking over and over about like, okay, what is the weakest part here? Is there anything here that is like undermining the emotional narrative here? Because if something really undermines it, then it's like it kind of takes the wind out of the sails, and I don't want that to happen. So I'm at least personally always trying to think about that, and it's hard sometimes, but I feel like just trying to do that has improved my work a lot. Just even like trying to ask like, hey, what do you think didn't work? And they're like, well, maybe there's just not enough content for this character. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm going to write another hour's worth of content for them now. I'm just going to go do that. And then I do, and it's hard, but it works better because the feedback's good. They're good at giving me feedback and criticism because I really think that pretty much everything they've given me has improved it a lot.
Yeah, I guess that's a good thing to point out, is that there is such a thing as like bad feedback or bad criticism. It's, you know, you can say something totally unhelpful, and that's a problem. But part of being good with understanding criticism is knowing when to maybe look into something a little bit more, and maybe when to just throw that shit out. Like if someone has a problem with your work and their solution is fuck off, then maybe you don't listen to that person. Like they care, but like, I don't know, maybe it's at a certain point, it might be toxic. Their relationship to you might be fraught. So, but at the same time, like, you know, why do they care? Why are they here? Why are they saying something? It's a very hard thing to do sometimes.
Okay. I'm sorry, Bob and friends and chat. It has now been 5 hours. It is 1 a.m. for me.
We need to.
I got work in the morning, so I gotta go.
I'm working tomorrow morning too, so we really need to. Yeah, let's go ahead and take our cue and get out of here. I'd like to thank everybody in this chat for a wonderful, wonderful stream. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, 25. Thank you, Gail J. Thank you, Indestructible Cat. Thank you, Lara High. Thank you, Meowtroid. Thank you, Tausreal. And thank you, Yawn.
And thank you for listening or watching or however you're enjoying this. This is the part of the credits where you point and go, thank you for playing.
Hosted
Thank
a very
you,
good
Bob.
chat. This has been very, very productive. It's very nice. It's great to talk about the series in such good faith.
Yeah, I'm having a great time. Y'all are great. But yeah, I am. Thank you everybody in the chat. And that's it for us. Tune in, I guess next week, depending, maybe like Monday. I'm thinking possibly. Do you think that it would be okay to stream the last chapter of the next arc of Arc 4?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's,
I think that.
Okay.
As a heads up, I just did it, and it took me about 5 hours. And I think, yeah,
It's 60K
so
words.
it's still a lot. Like it is the shortest, but that's not. You know, for reference, like the arc 3 took me about like 15 hours. So.
Yeah, like I mean, if you wanted to split it between 2 streams, like I'm sure people would want to watch. I said
Yeah.
before, I love the political drama. I love seeing Keiichi really bringing in like more discussion of like the police state and like I said, the LDP, conservative Japanese government. I'm sorry, it's so good. It is so much fun to see a very different picture of Hinamizawa, and it would be, you know, it's short enough that you could probably do it in 2 streams would be my recommendation. Because
I would say not 1 stream. I would say
it's way too much.
Yeah, I'm looking at my playtime, and it's like 5 hours and a half.
Even if
That
it's
was the duration of this stream. You could have read the entire thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I did. I was playing it in the background and not telling anybody.
Well,
how'd you feel about it? Let's
time
go.
for another 6 hours.
All right, another
What's
5
the answer
hours.
to the mystery?
No.
Let's add 3 more hours to this chat. Let's go. How'd you feel about it?
Infection theory confirmed. And
Yeah, how'd you feel about the aliens?
oh man, that was crazy. When they kept abducting everybody, and then legit Mulder came out and said, "Whoa!" And then Scooby Doo was like, "Ruh-roh." But yeah. Anyway, all right. Catch y'all later. Y'all have a great night, and see you next time.
Have a good night.
Kate heads out.
Bye.
Bye.
All right.